Chapter 1887. The old Daoist stood there and muttered to himself. No one knew what he was mumbling to himself. Suddenly, he kicked the bench away and laughed out loud. Why would I want to be a Daoist priest? From today onwards, I'm a guest of Mount Hui. A first-class one. It was obvious that even if the old Daoist continued to open his stall, no one would be interested in asking for divination. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded in the old Daoist's ears, "Old Immortal, this is Mount Wudang, which is full of Daoists. It's not appropriate for you to speak like that." The old Daoist, who was full of pride, frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young man who he thought could barely be called a handsome young master. The old Daoist snorted coldly. So what if I said it? This poor Daoist is a first-class guest of Mount Hui. Even if this poor Daoist met old Immortal Chen and old Daoist Yu, if this poor Daoist met them now, I would probably be able to ask for a cup of tea. The young man gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Amazing." The woman beside the young man laughed angrily, "Old Wu, it was this young man who spoke up for you. Are you blind?" The old Daoist was stunned. He immediately changed his expression and smiled, "This poor Daoist has been rude. Please don't blame me." The old Daoist strode towards the woman's stall. His Daoist robe's sleeves swayed violently. He had the style of a dragon and tiger. "Sister Han, come, come. Help me and this young man get 2 pieces of Wudang spring sesame seed cake. Remember to spread the cake bigger. I don't lack money. Besides, I'm not a stingy person." The woman shook her head helplessly. She was nimble and skillful. Soon, she handed the 2 a piece of Wudang spring sesame seed cake. It was steaming hot and fragrant. When the old Daoist took the sesame seed cake, he wanted to touch the woman's hand. The latter was faster than him and did not let the old Daoist have his way. The old Daoist took a big bite of the spring sesame seed cake and said with a smile, "Sister Han, why are you still doing such tiring work? You won't be able to earn much money even if you wake up early and work late at night. Why don't you accompany me to Mount Hui?" The woman rolled her eyes, "Why are we going to Zhongyuan?" The old Daoist chuckled and said, "Sister, don't you know what I'm thinking?" The woman was stunned at first, then she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Scram! The old Daoist did not give up and said, "Sister, didn't your man die a long time ago outside the Liangzhou Pass? So what if he remarried after so many years? Your family is so pitiful. It's good to have a reliable man to take care of you. What's more, didn't you ask Big Brother to read the lot before?" The woman, who was already extremely angry, turned pale. She took a few steps forward, grabbed the spring sesame seed cake in the old Daoist's hand, and threw it to the ground. Scram! No matter who I sell spring sesame seed cakes to, I won't sell them to a disgusting person like you. No matter how much money you give me, I'll still find it dirty. The old Daoist wasn't angry, but he said regretfully, "Sigh, Sister Han, you're a good woman, but it's a pity you don't have the life to enjoy life. Forget it, forget it. Let's just assume that we're not fated to be together." The woman no longer paid any attention to this disrespectful old man. The old Daoist sighed to himself, then turned to the young man and said with a smile, "All right, this poor Daoist can only go to the Central Plains to enjoy life. The green mountains never change, and the green water flows forever. Young master, if you want to go to Mount Hui in the future, just mention this poor Daoist's name." The young man smiled and said, "All right." The old Daoist left in a carefree manner. The young man asked, "Old Daoist, you don't even want the stall anymore?" The old Daoist didn't turn around. He waved his hand and said in a seemingly magnanimous manner, "Why would I want those worthless things? If you like them, they're yours." After the old Daoist had walked far away, the woman said to the young man softly, "He didn't even tell young master what his name is, and even mentioned his name. I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as him. Fortunately, I heard that this old man is from Hezhou. Otherwise, he'd really embarrass our Bailiang. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "From your accent, you're from Bailiang's Lingzhou?" The woman had a strange look in her eyes. After a while, she said, "Young master, why are you asking this?" Su Fengnian, who was swallowing Wudang spring sesame seed cake, almost choked. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, "Look at how scared you are, I'm just teasing you." Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ate the spring sesame seed cake as he walked to the stall next door. He lifted the bench and turned his head with a smile. "Sister-in-law, the guy who treated me to spring sesame seed cake ran away. Why don't I help you solve the lot and treat it as money for the cake?" After the commotion caused by the woman with a frightening aura, the business of the woman's stall had become cold and cheerless. She sat on the bench and gently patted her waist. She looked at the young man with a gentle smile and asked suspiciously, "You know how to solve the lot?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "It's my old profession." The woman shook her head and smiled, "Young master, you're not as good as that old man. I won't fall for it. Don't worry, I'll treat you." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, why did you come from Lingzhou to Wudang Mountain to set up a stall?" The woman said calmly, "My family is here. I came to the mountain to burn incense and pray for blessings a while ago. After seeing the scene here, I thought that I know how to do these things. Since I have nothing to do, I thought that I could earn more money by setting up a stall." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "I'm guessing that your children are all studying in Mengwan school?" "That's right, in Bailiang, books are expensive. They eat money the most." The woman stopped talking and stared at Su Fengnian in a daze. Su Fengnian, who was feeling aggrieved, said helplessly, "Sister-in-law, I'm really not that kind of person." The woman couldn't help but laugh, "You really can't take a joke. You're not like the men in Bailiang." Su Fengnian pretended to be angry, "Sister-in-law, don't scold me." The woman waved her hand and brought over a small stool and a bowl of calming soup. She sat opposite Su Fengnian and smiled, "The biscuits are for you. This bowl of calming soup can be considered the payment for clearing the sign. Sister-in-law, you can't read, so you can't lie to me." Su Fengnian finished eating the spring sesame seed cake and leaned over to take a big gulp of the calming soup. "How can I?" The woman held the bamboo tube with both hands. Her eyes were sincere. Su Fengnian sat upright and still. He smiled and didn't say anything. After placing the sign on the table, she used both her thumb and index finger to hold the head and tail. Since she couldn't read, she didn't need to take the extra step of looking at it carefully. She also used both hands to hand the sign to Su Fengnian. That silent solemnity seemed to be handing over her life. The common people who had no faith with history always believed that there was a deity above their heads. They would be willing to believe that there would be blessings in the next life. Only then would they painstakingly climb high and burn incense to pray. Su Fengnian took the bamboo stick. After reading the sign, the corners of his mouth curled up. He said softly, "Forgetting my feet, it's appropriate to wear. Forgetting my waist, it's appropriate to wear. The 72nd lot, the top lot." The woman couldn't read, but she could roughly understand the contents of the sign. As for the two words "top lot," it was concise and to the point. There was no need to doubt it. She smiled in relief. Su Fengnian took back the bamboo stick and put it back into the bamboo tube. He drank a mouthful of calming soup and smiled, "Sister-in-law is a good person. Good things will happen to you." Her smile was tranquil. Chapter 1888. After that, the two of them chatted casually. Most of the time, she talked while he listened. She talked about the scenery of Lingzhou in her eyes. Of course, most of it was about the education of the two children in her family. She said that the older children were not bad and were not so naughty. Although no one had ever heard the teachers praise them and most likely they would not be able to pass the county exam. Even passing the county exam and becoming a scholar would not be easy. However, every time she saw the child reading under the light and shaking his head like a scholar, she would feel very happy for no reason. At the same time, the younger child gave her a headache. He would rather work in the fields than study at a private school. At such a young age, he wanted to go to war and kill barbarians. In the end, she said that she did not know how the other places in Beiliang were doing. In the past 2 years, at least the children in Lingzhou could get cheap books from private schools. It was so cheap that even a poor family like her felt it was cheap. This was because there was an official surnamed Su in Lingzhou. It was his idea. That official seemed to have said that Beiliang had fewer people, but there could be more scholars. She did not know if it was true or not. In any case, those books were indeed much cheaper than 5 or 6 years ago. That was why she said that official surnamed Su was a good person. Unfortunately, she heard that he left Lingzhou to become an official in Liangzhou. Su Fengnian smiled gently and looked into the distance. He said softly, Zhu Zi is good in everything, but his alcohol tolerance is bad. The woman did not understand and did not ask further. There was business at her stall. The woman asked, Sir, can I have that lot back? Su Fengnian smiled, then I will have to look for it. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. I will send it back to you when I find it. She nodded. After she stood up, the woman suddenly blushed, Sir, you can call me aunt. Don't call me sister-in-law. Su Fengnian was confused. The woman snorted and went to the stall next door. Su Fengnian shook his head. He did not understand. He held the bamboo tube upside down and poured out the bamboo lots. After Yuqi Yuquan and Xianyuan Qingfeng, 5 of the original 108 lots were missing. He found the bamboo stick that the woman had shaken out and stood up to deliver it. She realized that this young man, who was so idle that he had become a fortune-teller, didn't seem to understand what she meant. Thus, she felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at the bamboo stick and carefully put it away. She raised her head and asked, Which stick? Don't lie to me. Su Fengnian shook his head and said seriously, I'm not lying. She smiled and said, Go, go. Sister-in-law won't delay you from swindling money. Somewhat depressed, Su Fengnian sat back down at the table and resumed his old business. He was familiar with the business and began to openly solicit business. It was just that the old Daoist with the goatee had left behind such a mess. Good news didn't leave the house, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. In addition, the nearby stalls believed that Su Fengnian was a money-grubbing swindler. Moreover, he was young and didn't wear a frightening Daoist robe. Naturally, he gave people the impression that he didn't know how to do things properly. Groups of pilgrims and tourists passed by, clearly not interested in stopping to draw lots. It was rare that 2 or 3 young women wanted to say something and went forward to draw lots. In the end, they were all tactfully refused by their family elders or men of the same age. Su Fengnian could only drink the calming soup in small mouthfuls. He was really bored to death. Su Fengnian gradually changed from sitting upright and still, to sitting with one leg crossed over the other, and then to lying on the table and shaking the bamboo tube. In the end, he simply shook out bamboo lots himself. He didn't even look at the lot and casually threw it back. The woman next door wiped the sweat from her forehead and teased, How can you do business like this? The most difficult thing in the world is to take money from other people's pockets. Young master, you're really good. Su Fengnian sighed and said, Do you really want me to borrow a Daoist robe from Wudong? The woman was puzzled and said, Young master doesn't seem like someone who lacks money. Do you really care about that little bit of money? Su Fengnian subconsciously glanced in the direction of the thatched cottage and said with a gentle smile, My wife is the most useless. She only likes to collect copper coins. No matter how big or small they are, she doesn't dislike them. She's just like a miser. The woman was overjoyed, It's a good thing your wife isn't here. Then she advised, women are all like this. Young master, you should be more open-minded. Su Fengnian deeply agreed, swallows eat mud, many little drops make a mickle. This is the truth. The woman let out a long breath and raised her hand to stroke the hair on her temples that was soaked in sweat. Sister-in-law will go back first. Su Fengnian asked curiously, going down the mountain so early? There are so many things scattered here and there. Can you move them? She pointed to a young woman who was slowly walking over from the mountain road outside LV Zuding and said with a smile, she's my niece. She sells rouge and face powder at Yuqingguan, which is higher up the mountain. I reckon she's already sold out. In the past, she would come even later to help me. Today, I'll be lazy and go down the mountain early. Su Fengnian stood up and said, if we go down the mountain from here, there are still a lot of mountain roads to go. Sister-in-law, I'll help you pick a path. She shook her head and said firmly, no need. I have a lot of things here, but they're not heavy. Su Fengnian joked, sister-in-law, just take it that I have bad intentions. In any case, I'll send you to the memorial arch at the foot of the mountain, okay? The woman lightly spat and glared at Su Fengnian, who spoke without thinking. She laughed and said, you're not afraid of being disliked, but I'm afraid. My niece is very shrewish. What, could it be that you've taken a fancy to her? Then sister-in-law can be a matchmaker. Su Fengnian glanced at the young woman who was getting closer and closer. He gasped. Her waist was not a willow tree, but a big locust tree. He smiled bitterly and said, forget it. She took the opportunity when her young niece was not close to the two neighboring stalls. She faced Su Fengnian and asked softly, what are you thinking about? At this moment, she saw that the young man was handsome. His eyes were especially clear. They were so clean that they were like the elephant washing pool she saw when she first climbed Wudong Mountain. Su Fengnian said, I've been outside Liangzhou Pass, to Huaiyang Pass, and to Huda City. She said calmly, I see. Su Fengnian grinned. She asked for no reason, do you think the Beimang barbarians will fight all the way here? Will they fight all the way to Lingzhou? Su Fengnian's expression was firm and said, as long as there is one person left in the Beiliang cavalry, then the Beimang barbarians' horses will not be able to step on the grass and trees inside Beiliang Pass. She nodded and then smiled. You talk so big. You speak as if you're a high-ranking official. Su Fengnian laughed and said, I'm not a high-ranking official. She said unhappily, do you even need to say that? Su Fengnian was still unwilling to give up. Sister-in-law, you really don't need to help carry the burden? Her following words made Su Fengnian dumbstruck. Don't call me sister-in-law. I've seen many Jianghu people these days. I heard them say that when our young prince roamed the Jianghu, he had a catchphrase. It was something like, nothing is better than dumplings, nothing is better than sister-in-law. Su Fengnian wiped his face with his hand. He was devastated. Did no one mention the phrase, return my ass I said at the top of the snowfield to you? Isn't it more arrogant than this catchphrase? Besides, this phrase was also heard by a sloppy wooden sword ranger somewhere and then he insisted on teaching me. The woman's eyes were mischievous. She didn't say anything else and turned around to pack up. Su Fengnian looked at her back and finally didn't dare to call her sister-in-law. He only asked, did the government embezzle or delay the payment of the pension? She paused and didn't turn around. She shook her head and said, no. His old sergeant often sent us extra money a few years ago. It wasn't last year. She paused and then said softly, I only heard this spring that the old sergeant died in Huda City. She didn't turn her head after that. She knew that the first marriage lot she shook wasn't the bamboo lot in her arms. She didn't know how to read, but she remembered the number of words on the lot. But this wasn't an important matter. Commoners, no matter how hard their lives were, as long as there was hope, they could grit their teeth and live. Her hope was the two children. As for whether the lot she shook today was good or bad, it didn't matter. In the end, before she and her niece took the burden and left, she inadvertently saw the young man who always gave people the impression that he was clean. He sat behind the table with his back straight and his hands clenched in his lap. He was quiet. He didn't look like a young man, but more like an old man. The spring breeze was far away and he could only silently bask in the warm autumn sun. Chapter 1889. In front of the brand-new thatched cottage in the quiet part of Big Lotus Peak, it had never been so lively. The white-robed monk was tall, but he gave people the feeling that he was in perfect harmony. The string of beads on his chest was dim in color, obviously different from the precious Buddhist beads of the many great temples in the Central Plains. Since returning from a long journey to the west, he didn't have any beads, only a string of peach-wood Buddhist beads. This string of beads was a token of love between him and his wife. After she gave it to him, she actually regretted it, because later she heard that peach-wood was a material highly respected by Daoists. It could ward off evil spirits, but in Buddhism, peach-wood Buddhist beads weren't worth mentioning. But the white-robed monk Li Xiaoxin never left this string of Buddhist beads except for hanging it on the wall before he went to sleep. In Buddhism, there was a saying, "Be mindful of your heart and mind." His common name was Li Xiaoxin. Therefore, when he entered the capital in white, the old emperor of Liang gave him a string of priceless 7 treasures beads, which he casually threw into a chest. After having a daughter, Li Xiaoxin, his wife picked a dozen beads every now and then, weaved them into a ring and put it on her daughter's head. The little girl, who liked to run around the 2 Zen temples, didn't know the value of these beads and would soon lose them. Fortunately, no one in this family of 3 would feel bad. At this time, opposite the white-robed monk sat 3 Taoist priests from the 2 Taoist ancestral courts. Bai Yu, who had just been promoted to governor of Liangzhou, Wuxia Xianxia, who was also a Taoist priest of Mount Longhu, and Han Gui, who was from Qingshan Taoist Temple of Wudong. Not far away, Li Xiaoxin, Wu Nanbei, the only disciple of the current Wudong leader Li Yufu, and Han Gui's disciple Qing Xian were squatting together, listening to Li Xiaoxin talk about her soul-stirring Jianghu experiences. The white-robed monk's wife had already taken a nap. When she learned that the 3 Taoist priests had come, she leaned against the door and said, "There are so many of them. They don't come with good intentions." The white-robed monk smiled and said, "It's just a quarrel. Don't worry." She was still worried and said, "Then I won't prepare tea. Let them be thirsty, but you can find an excuse to come in and drink water." "Okay. Won't that be rude?" "Not at all. By the way, if you really can't beat them in an argument, remember to hit them but not their faces when you hit them. Otherwise, you'll be left with nothing to say. Got it?" "What, you can't beat them? Then forget it, let's have a peaceful chat." When we're outside, harmony breeds wealth. We can beat them." "Oh. Remember not to hit them too hard. Our daughter still wants to play on the mountain for a few more days." "I know. Taoist priest, Taoist priest, Taoist temple, Taoist." He asked, "Is Headmaster Li in closed-door cultivation at Small Lotus Peak?" "Of the Taoist priest. NN. Taoha." He gently stroked the string of mahogany Buddhist beads and said indifferently, "The earth sinks in the southeast and the 4 desecrations flow to the Sun position." Han Gui wore a plain Taoist robe and a Dongxian scarf. He looked a little sad. Bai Yu, who had hurt his eyes from reading, narrowed his eyes out of habit, as if he had nothing to do with it. Wuxia Xianxia looked up at the rolling sea of clouds at the top of Big Lotus Peak. The white-clothed monk asked with a smile, "If you can't do what you want in life, even if you're 100 years old, you'll still die." Did Chao Zhongqing say it after he entered the Great Chu chessboard and waited for the imperial edict? Bai Yu shook his head. Chao Chongqing's teacher, Li Mi, said that Chao Chongqing was able to change from the scholarly sage to the tyrannical way. I'm afraid this sentence was the finishing touch. The white-clothed monk gently twirled his Buddhist beads. If the three things of a good flower, a full moon, and a long life are the happiest wishes of mortals, then the pursuit of your Taoists is to have a smooth mind, right? Bai Yu rubbed his eyes lazily and asked with a smile, "What, are you going to quarrel? But there's not even a cup of tea here." The white-clothed monk said softly, "If my wife doesn't let me prepare tea, I won't dare to make a decision. As for quarreling..." The white-clothed monk looked over everyone's heads and looked not far away. He said loudly, "Disciple, come, come. Talk to our Mr. White Lotus about Buddhism." Unexpectedly, the young monk slightly raised his little bald head and said reluctantly, "Master, if it wasn't for Li Zi not letting me go, I would have gone to the Clear Jade Temple to buy rouge for Master's wife. Master's wife said that there's a young woman as beautiful as a flower there. These days, she's been selling Shu sunflower rouge at a very low price. It said that there's also Wu Yu Yen Lu Fong in Jiangnan." The white-clothed monk glared at him. "You still have the nerve to talk about Wu Yu Yen Lu? You dare to sell a small box the size of a fingernail for 5 taels of silver? If you didn't mention it to Master's wife, she wouldn't have been thinking about it the whole night. Last night, she was talking about Wu Yu Yen Lu in her sleep." The young monk said confidently, "I just think that the rouge is really good. Those at the escape summer town at the foot of the mountain are cheap, but the fragrance is too pungent. Although the box is bigger, it's not like Master didn't see it yesterday. Master thought that it wasn't expensive, so Master's wife put so much on her face. When she lowered her head while eating, the rouge would fall into her bowl. It was so scary. Master, you were obviously scared out of your wits, but you still said to Master's wife something like, 'Such a scene is really rare in the world.'" Then Master's wife grinned and more rouge fell. The white-clothed monk coughed a few times. Bai Yu felt that if this middle-aged monk of the 2 Zen temples hadn't been absent during the battle between Buddhism and Taoism at Mount Longhu more than 10 years ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to turn the tide. The head of the Green Mountain Temple, Han Gui, was looking down. He was like an old monk in meditation. Wuxia Xianxia seemed to be secretly rubbing the space between her eyebrows. Suddenly, 2 voices sounded from inside and outside the house at the same time. They were full of surprise. Yanzi from the tobacco workshop? Inside the house, it was naturally the white-clothed monk's wife. Outside the house, it was Li Xianxia. The latter got up abruptly and ran into the house, shouting, "Mother! Father recently hid 4 or 5 taels of silver under the box of scriptures. When he was hiding the money, I secretly saw it. Father told me to keep my mouth shut. But who am I? I'm Mother's daughter." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the thatched house. There was a rush of people rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The white-clothed monk looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression. If outsiders didn't know the reason, they would definitely marvel at the solemn appearance of the Buddha who pitied the suffering of the world. When the 2 women, one older and one younger, walked out of the thatched house, the white-clothed monk rubbed his bald head and stood up. He said with concern, "It's so sunny. Do you want an umbrella?" His wife thought for a moment and waved her hand. She heroically said, "Yanzi is a rare thing. There won't be many left. What if we miss it?" Li Xianxia began to give orders, "Stupid Nan Bei, go get an umbrella in the house and quickly follow us. Qing Xian and Yufu, Wudong Mountain is your territory. Is there a path to Yuqing Temple? If there is, then lead the way." Tong Qing, who was now full of admiration for the heroine Li Xianxia, stuck out his chest and proudly said, "Yes." Then the group of people majestically went to Yuqing Temple. The white-clothed monk didn't forget to look at their backs and remind them, "The path is difficult. Walk slowly." As if he felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, the white-clothed monk sat back on the small bench and looked at Bai Yu. He casually found a topic, "I heard that Mr. Bai Lian has 3 fears and 2 joys?" Bai Yu nodded, "There are 3 fears. I'm afraid of thunder, afraid of walking, and afraid of Zhao Ningxian asking questions. There are 2 joys. Reading to the eye and speaking to the heart. The white-clothed monk was puzzled. Zhao Ningxian. Bai Yu was a little sad. His real name is Zhao Jingxi. He is the only son of the old headmaster. His temperament is particularly simple and steady. After leaving the mountain, he experienced several tribulations and gained a blessing in disguise. Now his heart is close to the Tao. The white-clothed monk said, "Oh, is he the young Taoist who invited the Taoist Master Mansion's ancestor to come down to the mortal world?" In the end, Su Fengnian smashed the Jianghu Great Emperor's image with one slap. Bai Yu smiled bitterly and said nothing. The white-clothed monk seemed to have a deep prejudice against the young lord. He said angrily, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to pretend to be mysterious? What's the difference between you and a child crying and going home to ask for help from the elders? Especially that Su Fengnian, he's even more outrageous. He's bullying others with his power. What a disgrace." Bai Yu, who was now a retainer of the Su family, in Beiliang, tactfully shut his mouth. The white-clothed monk snorted, "My daughter has never complained in front of me. Every time she fought, she beat those little baldies until they cried and ran back to their masters." Han Gui smiled knowingly. He seemed to be thinking of his disciple Qing Xian and the little Taoist boy Yu Fu who was brought back to the mountain by the headmaster Li Yufu. People outside the world may not be heartless. At this moment, Wuxia Xianxia, the only one of the three Taoists who cultivated, suddenly stood up. He turned around and looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The white-clothed monk was still sitting on the small bench calmly, slowly twirling the Buddha beads. A man with white hair on his temples appeared in everyone's sight. He was empty-handed. He smiled and said, "Since the thunder of mind, I have comprehended 2 more moves in the past 20 years. I want to learn from the 2 of you. Now that Wang Xianji is dead, I can only come here to disturb you." Li Dongxin slowly stood up and said indifferently, "Hurry up and fight while my wife is not here. But let's make it clear in advance. Whether it's a fight or a battle of life and death, don't destroy the hut. Otherwise, I will really be angry." Chapter 1890. After hearing the monk's harsh words, he smiled and said, "I only care about the blade. I don't care if you're angry or not." Li Dongxin dismissed it with a smile and gently clasped his hands together, greeting him politely. Black Buddhist beads, white kasaya. It was truly out of this world. Wuxia Xianxia pulled Bai Yu under the roof of the thatched cottage. Han Gui followed closely behind. The 3 of them had guessed the identity of the visitor. It was unexpected, but it was also unexpected. Thunder Square. This was undoubtedly a thunderous title. Whenever people talked about spring and autumn sword armor Li Chungang, they would talk about the wooden horse ox, the 2-sleeved green snake, and the sword opening the gate of heaven. Not to mention Liang Jianghu, even in the imperial court, everyone knew the famous technique of the old minister of war, Thunder Square. It was with this technique that the Zhao clan of Liang Jianghu defeated Mao Shulang, a master of the Eastern Vietnam and Tang Empire. With this, he established his position as the #1 saber user in the world. Gu Jiangheng was to the saber, like Li Chungang to the sword, and Wang Xiu to the spear. This kind of martial arts status was the dream of countless people in Jianghu. However, the most embarrassing thing about Gu Jianghu was that he stood at the top of the world's saber users. His ranking in the previous martial arts competitions was not outstanding. Not to mention Wang Xianji of Martial Emperor City, he was probably not even at the top. More importantly, in the competition between the sword and the saber, whether it was the old god of sword Li Chungang or the god of peach blossom sword Dong Tai, whether it was in terms of cultivation or pure combat power, Liang Jianghu recognized them as the top swordsmen of the new and old generation. They were far ahead of Gu Jianghu. When His Royal Highness first entered the world of martial artists, Wang Xianji, Dong Tai, and Chao Chongqing were known as the only 3 outstanding people in the world. The other 7 people were clearly reduced to the role of reading books with the crown prince. The 7 people, including Gu Jiantang, were indispensable to the entire Chinese world of martial artists, but those who were ranked among the top 10 were dispensable. After Li Chungang returned to the realm of Earth Immortal, the person who used the sword declared that the gap between Gu Jiantang and Li Chungang was only 1 Gu Jiantang. In these 20 years, Gu Jiantang, who had been in charge of Great Peace City's Gu Lu for a long time, had never sparred with anyone. After that, he led the military of the 2 Liao countries with the title of Pillar of Great Peace and rarely came out. It was only when Chao Chongqing from West Chu brought Jiangxi into the capital that Gu Jiantang, who had already given his beloved saber to his son-in-law, Yuan Tingshan, slightly revealed his outstanding strength. Gu Jiantang didn't seem to care about the ranking of the martial arts role, and was even less interested in the battle between the saber and the sword. Wang Xianji had the domineering aura that no one dared to claim to be the first if he claimed to be the second in the world. Chao Chongqing had the magnificent feat of passing through the imperial city 3 times like passing through corridors. Dong Tai had the unrestrained freedom of riding on a donkey and watching the mountains and rivers. As a result, in the recent years, the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, had appeared out of nowhere. Xianyuan Qingfeng had suddenly risen to power in the Great Snow Plains, and the devil Luoyang had shaken both the northern Mang and Liang dynasties. Gu Jiantang was still quiet in the world of martial artists, watching the ebb and flow of the new and old world of martial artists, indifferent. Therefore, the Jianghu of the Central Plains that naturally rejected Great Peace City could never admire this supreme saber master who was an extremely high official in the imperial court. However, it was this pillar of the country that was willing to stay out of the Jianghu that climbed Mount Wudang today, found the white-robed monk, Li Dongxin, and seemed to want to destroy his invincible Vajra with one strike. Other than being obsessed with the way of the sword, Wuxia Xianxia had always been a pure and simple person. As for Gu Jiantang's visit, the little celestial master who had once abandoned the old way of the sword with great perseverance in Great Peace City, actually didn't care about the outcome of this peak battle. Therefore, he wouldn't make any comments or pretend to be surprised. Han Gui was praised by the old chief, Wang Zhongluo, as a sincere heart, a late bloomer, and was regarded as a good friend by the former chief, Hong Shixiang. At this moment, he was a little worried, afraid that if the commotion became too big, Wudang wouldn't be able to clean up the mess, adding unnecessary trouble to the young king. Mr. White Lotus, who only had 3 fears and 2 pleasures in life, was even less interested in fighting and killing. He moved a small stool and sat under the eaves, in a daze, his mind wandering thousands of miles away. Now that the 2 kings had joined forces to stir up the Central Plains, the imperial court originally promised to give Bailiang the grain, but there might be new problems. Chang Sui, who was in charge of the grain with his identity as the provincial governor of Lingzhou, had already sent a secret letter to Mount Qingliangshan, requesting to use the Fish Dragon Gang's power to infiltrate the grain transportation of the Guangling River from Xiangfan City to Lingzhou. If there was no other choice, they would need the blood of more than 20,000 gang members. To open the way, they would win millions of stones of blood-stained grain for the Bailiang border cavalry. As a result, the 3 of them didn't care why General Gu didn't carry a saber. Gu Jiantang's talisman saber, Nanhua, and Wudang's sword maniac, Wang Xiaoping's talisman saber, Shenshu, were equally famous in the world. Gu Jiantang was tall and had the typical physique of a northerner. His green robe was elegant, and he had the temperament of a southerner. Gu Jiantang, Jiantang. But he used a saber. After defeating Mao Shulang, he was at the peak of Jianghu's reputation, and he was also praised as the Saber Saint. It was hard to say whether the nickname was wrong, but the name seemed to be wrong. Gu Jiantang put one hand behind his back and slowly raised the other hand. The white-robed monk, Li Dongxin, put his palms together and bowed with one palm. He lowered his gaze and silently chanted. Amitabha. Chapter 1891. Many Jianghu people heard that Xianyuan Zi had not only shown up on Mount Wudang, but had also asked for 4 marriage sticks in one go at a stall near the elephant washing pond. Su Fengnian's stall immediately became prosperous. Although they saw that Su Fengnian was just a young man and not the otherworldly expert that they thought he was, they just wanted to join in on the fun, so most of them were not stingy with their copper coins. In addition, this handsome fortune stick was indeed eloquent, so even if it was some mediocre or low-grade fortune stick, he could still speak eloquently and eloquently. Gradually, not only were the Jianghu people willing to fork out money, many pilgrims and tourists who did not involve themselves in the Jianghu also began to believe that it was true. This was especially true when a heroine from outside the Jianghu drew a very auspicious marriage stick, which made people eager to give it a try. This was because her 108th lot, "May we be together for 1,000 li," was not only second to the best lot stick, but also came from that great literary woman's The First Snow. Everyone had the desire to win or lose. Until now, the most auspicious lot king had not been drawn yet, so naturally it made people eager to get into action. Many onlookers who had originally scoffed at the idea of drawing lots to sever marriage also began to try their luck. Unfortunately, it was strange that after more than 2 hours, more than 100 people had finished drawing their lots, but still no one had drawn the best lot stick from the bamboo tube. This kind of scene where people were still hugging their pipa and covering half of their faces, thoroughly made people want to win in one move. Many people who did not believe in heresy simply drew their lots again. Everyone saw that the young man who explained the lot drank bowl after bowl of wudang kambing soup. The copper coins were 100 copper coins and 100 copper coins. Therefore, the large and small copper coins on the table could be said to be piled up into a mountain. It was extremely spectacular. The young vassal king, who had made a lot of money, explained to a strong man who had shaken the lot stick 3 times. He reached out his hand to cover the lot stick and suddenly said loudly, "Let's close the stall, let's close the stall. Today is not the day to break a marriage." Behind the man whose face was full of resentment, a young man who had waited bitterly for nearly an hour suddenly jumped up and scolded, "Surnamed Su. Are you playing with me?" Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and began to collect the copper coins. That person slapped the table. "If you dare to leave, don't blame me, Su, for exposing your secret." Su Fengnian raised his head and glanced at the exiled crown prince of the old western Shu. "Be careful not to step on dog poop when you cut off someone's path to wealth. Besides, do you think you can afford to pay the fee?" Su sneered, "Is 10,000 enough?" Su Fengnian stopped collecting the copper coins. The meaning behind Su's words was probably only understood by him, the king of Beiliang. 10,000, that was the source of 10,000 soldiers from Shuzhou. So Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "Do you mean what you say?" Swordsmith Qi, who was standing behind Su, said softly, "It is this old man's son's idea." Su Fengnian smiled and put 2 fingers together. "I will only help you with this amount." Su's face was full of anger. He leaned forward and pressed both hands on the table. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you think I am a Daoist immortal who can scatter beans and turn them into soldiers?" Su Fengnian raised 3 fingers this time. "No sincerity. I will raise the price." Su's face darkened and he panted. The blind guqin player, Shui Songguan, who was carrying the guqin case on his back, smiled and quietly pulled on Su's sleeve. Su snorted and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Su Fengnian withdrew his hand and put away his cynicism. His eyes suddenly became cold. He looked up at the 3 old Beimang people. "Some losses, I have suffered once, and that is enough. For the sake of our past friendship, I will advise you not to learn from those spring and autumn clans. This old man, Zhao Dingxiu, knows better than you how our Su family deals with them." Su's face was red. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He was extremely ashamed. Shui Songguan, who was familiar with the inside story, sighed slightly and then gently held his hand. Su's eyes were vaguely moist. He held his hand tightly and turned his head away. It was unknown whether he didn't want to see the young king's face or he didn't dare. When this old man fled to the streets of Beimang, he had almost given up the idea of reviving Shishu. The reason why he made a comeback and made up his mind to return to the Central Plains was all because of this young king. Even their early smooth sailing was largely attributed to the various death soldiers that Beiliang buried in Shu and Zhao. However, when Chen Zhibao was appointed as the king of Shishu, not only did he cut off the connection between Beiliang and them, but he also forced the real backbone of Shishu, Zhao Dingxiu, to change his mind. To put it nicely, they were judging the situation. To put it bluntly, they were burning the bridge after crossing the river. In the beginning, this old man even prepared for the worst. He prepared to face the wrath of Beiliang, especially Fu Shui and Yang Ying. But for some reason, the young king who stabbed them in the back seemed to be unaware of it. This undoubtedly made this old man, who was influenced by the benevolence of the Confucian school, feel deeply guilty. That was why Su Su and the other two went to the desert. After all, the white-clothed war saint, who once played with the territory of Shu and Zhao, was now in Guangling Road in Liang. In order to fight for the Central Plains, most of the elite troops under the king's jurisdiction went out of Shu to the east. As a result, it gave this old man a chance to make up for it or to make a new bet. Sword craftsman Qi took off the sword box and gently put it on the table. This old man told me before leaving that 20,000 was the bottom line. Plus this full armor snow, as an extra. Chapter 1892. Su Fengnian slowly exhaled a mouthful of murky air that had accumulated for a long time. Su Fengnian was indeed resentful towards this old man's son who wholeheartedly supported the Su family in western Shu. If they had not rushed to Shu Zhao to raise the flag of restoring the country, many of the chess pieces that Beiliang had secretly buried there would not have surfaced so quickly. Even if they were not used, it would have been far better than the current awkward situation. If Chen Zhibao had not completely fallen out with Beiliang back then, those spies and men of sacrifice who had used up so much of Beiliang's energy and financial resources would not have survived. According to Master Li Yishan's established plan, once Liang Imperial Court decided to drag them down in the future Battle of Liangmang, Beiliang would directly intercept the local spearhead, Beiliang's strategic rear. Therefore, regarding the continuous infiltration of Shu Zhao and Zhao, Beiliang could be said to have spared no effort, far more than the Central Plains. Therefore, a certain diligent steward of a certain Junwang manor, an old-fashioned private school teacher teaching, a peddler running around the marketplace, a beautiful courtesan from the brothel, or even a military officer with real power in the Shu Zhao army could all be the men of sacrifice of Fu Shui Fang. Taking a step back, Shu Zhao and Beiliang were cut in half by Chen Zhibao. Even if the Su family's Iron Horse cavalry did not manage to defend Beiliang in the end, causing the Fu Shui Fang's chess pieces to be unable to achieve anything in the end, at the very least, those people could slowly grow old and die in Shu Zhao and Zhao with a kind of unknown regret. Not like now, where they were like wandering ghosts exposed to the light of day. Not only did Chen Zhibao know their identities, even Liang and Zhao Go had probably begun to secretly record it, so that they could settle the score with them in the future. With regards to Su Fengnian did not hold any grudges. This young man was originally a puppet that could not even be considered as a hands-off shopkeeper. Under the general situation, he could only go with the flow. In Shu and Zhao, two places, Su pulled a blind zither player to pretend to be a young hero devil, and wandered around the Jianghu wantonly. Perhaps it was a kind of mood similar to drowning one's sorrows in wine. Su Fengnian felt nothing but admiration for this swordsmith Qi who had gifted him a new sword, Spring and Autumn. In the end, Su Fengnian was angry at Zhao Dingxiu's betrayal, but he resented his own carelessness even more. Sometimes, a single word from a monarch could lead to the rise of a nation or the fall of a nation. A single word from a historian determined whether a person would be remembered in the annals of history or go down in infamy. A single word from a general determined victory or defeat, life or death. War was a matter of national importance. It was not a joke. Perhaps the simple-minded Su was only guilty of his and this old man's betrayal. He did not think of the Bailiang death soldiers who had taken root in Shu for many years, or the deeper level of the Liang-Mang War. After all, this young man from a noble family only knew that he was an ordinary survivor of Beimang. He only knew that this old man's son was a pedantic and strict old scholar, and that Uncle Chi was nothing more than a blacksmith with a bit more strength. What bell and cauldron food, what monarch and country, what West Shu's imperial uncle dying at the city gate, what West Shu's minister dying together with the country was the champion of spring and autumn. Other than the golden dragon embroidered Shu brocade wrapped in swaddling clothes, he had never worn the crown prince's robe. Therefore, he did not understand the generosity at all. Su Su secretly sniffled, showing that his temperament was weak and had no ambition to speak of. He only longed for Jianghu, and did not like the unfamiliar court and officialdom. After the fall of the country, the old officials of the Su clan would cry when they saw him. That kind of kneeling and kowtowing ceremony, not only would it not make this unambitious young man feel happy, he would only feel that 1,000 jin weight was pressing down on his shoulders. In private, he once mocked himself to the blind female zither player that he admired, Su Su is useless. At some point, Wei Miao, who did not come with Su Su and the other two, had already stood behind the blacksmith surnamed Qi, invisibly cutting off the flow of people. Especially when the dazzling Miaojiang woman grinned and crushed the palm of a lecher, the crowd of kind-hearted men and women who came to Mount Wudong to burn incense began to scatter like birds and beasts. Most of the Jianghu people who were conceited about their martial arts did not go far, but they still stood some distance away and cautiously watched with cold eyes. Wei Miao took a few steps forward and said straightforwardly, "The king of Shu wants me to pass on a message to both of you. There is no problem in crossing the border." Su Fengnian saw that the blacksmith surnamed Qi frowned and understood. He asked, "When did he pass this message to you? Before or after the spring snow building incident?" Wei Miao said indifferently, "I will not say. It is not important." Su Fengnian did not pay attention to this famous grandmaster of Nanzhao and looked at the blacksmith surnamed Qi. "Also pass on a message to this old man Lu for me. The relationship between Bailiang and Shu is not like that between Bailiang and the Central Plains. Once we cannot defend Beijua city, Shu is fated to have to face the Beimang Iron Cavalry. Therefore, 20,000 people must be at least, and they must be elites. Otherwise, if they come to Bailiang, they will only be of more help than help and will only be sending themselves to their deaths." The blacksmith surnamed Qi nodded. When the dust settled, Su Su was about to turn and leave when she heard the young king ask with a smile, "You have spent so much money on it. It can be called the most expensive marriage stick in the world. Don't you want to try your luck?" Su Su still insisted on leaving. Unexpectedly, her sleeve was pulled. She turned her head. Although her eyes were closed, her face was full of hope. Su Su's heart softened. She walked back to the table with a straight face. She picked up the bamboo tube and shook it violently. Finally, a bamboo stick was shaken out. Su Fengnian reached out and picked up the bamboo stick. He glanced at it and then showed a pitiful expression. Su Su's mood instantly fell to the bottom. After the previous storm of internal injuries, the young man no longer had the slightest bit of his frivolous demeanor. His eyes were red again. Su Fengnian sighed. Su Su turned to the blind female Guqin master and squeezed out a smile. "Let's go. This stick is not effective." Xue Songguan smiled and nodded. Su Fengnian raised his eyebrows. "Not effective?" Su Su didn't even have the energy to bicker. She pulled Xue Songguan's hand and wanted to leave. But she heard a sentence behind her, "The 39th stick, the one you like, the one you like. The stick is good." "Oh, it's not effective." Su Su was like being struck by lightning. She turned around and grabbed the marriage stick in Su Fengnian's hand. Su Fengnian's hand holding the stick was high. "Give me the money first." 100 coins. Su Su angrily looked at him. "You still want money?" Su Fengnian's other thumb and index finger gently twirled. You can give me the money or not. You can look at the stick or not. Xue Songguan smiled and silently took out a beautiful purse made by the embroidered weavers. He was about to pay. Su Su grabbed her wrist and fiercely stared at Su Fengnian. She gritted her teeth and said, "Is it really good?" Su Fengnian said lazily, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Even the wooden swordsmith surnamed Qi couldn't bear it. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince met this young vassal king. It was really bad and painful. Xue Songguan still gave him 100 coins, but she stretched out her hand and opened her palm. She wanted to keep it, no matter if it was good or bad. At the same time, the blind zither master, whose finger mysterious realm was second only to the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, was full of vigor. She didn't give the young vassal king a chance to change the bamboo stick. She wanted the real stick, no matter if it was good or bad. Su Fengnian smiled and handed over the bamboo stick. Su Su grabbed it first and was stunned. Su Fengnian sighed. Xue Songguan's sad expression flashed. Sensing her subtle change, Su Su immediately woke up and said angrily, "Surnamed Su. You bastard." Su Fengnian laughed. I read it wrong. It's the 81st stick. It's even better than the best stick. It's the most auspicious stick. Xue Songguan suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Su. Her face was full of disbelief. Su Su hugged her tightly and said with a sobbing tone, "It's really good. It's really good." Su Fengnian leisurely shook his head and said, "The 81st stick, you can be my wife." Chapter 1893. Xue Songguan slightly broke free from Su Su's embrace. She turned her body, her cheeks flushed red for the first time, and then she solemnly bowed to the young king. Maybe she was grateful that he had set up a stall to interpret the lot, so Su Su had drawn a good lot that she had never dreamed of. Maybe she was glad that he had not died in the assassination in the rainy alley of Beimeng that year, which allowed her to meet Su Su. Maybe she was grateful that he had urged her to stay at the last moment, which was tantamount to helping Su Su untie the knot in her heart. Su Fengnian waved his hand and joked, "Miss Xue, to be honest, this shortcake is really not worthy of you. He will draw a good lot, but Xue Songguan, you have truly met a bad person. So if it was you who drew the lot, I dare to say that it would definitely be a bad one. Draw it." Su Su had long been tormented by Su Fengnian to the point that she did not have any energy left. Even her words of, "Your mother's bullshit," sounded weak. Su Fengnian beat a drowning dog. "Shortcake, since it is a good lot, then give another 101. It is such a joyous occasion, you cannot save this little money." Su Su did not say anything and pulled Xue Songguan away. Although he was a minister that supported the dragon, second only to this old man's son Zhao Dingxiu, the swordsmith surnamed Qi did not participate in military and political affairs. He cupped his hands to Su Fengnian to bid farewell. Su Fengnian also stood and cupped his hands to send him off. Since they met in Jianghu, then they did not meet in Jianghu. There was only Jianghu, no court. After the spring and autumn period, there were two battles between grandmasters that fascinated Liang Jianghu. One was the battle between Li Chungang and Wang Xianji on the Eastern Sea. The other was the battle between Nu Liang Wang Su Fengnian, the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, and the great Guanzi Chao Chongqing. The three fought in Greaton City. As for the battle between Tuoba and Dong Tai, or the battle between Su Fengnian and Tuoba, which took place over 1,000 li in the western regions, because there were not many spectators, it was far less impressive than the former. Today, in front of the straw hut, it was even more lonely. There were only 3 spectators, and they were not the kind of Daoists who liked to gossip. Presumably, in the end, most of the Jianghu would not hear about this peak conflict. However, between the two sides, one was an eminent monk who had entered great peace in white robes and enjoyed the highest reputation in the world, the other was a pillar of the country who held half of the dynasty's military power. Neither of them would care about the false reputation of the Jianghu. Gu Jiantang suddenly laughed involuntarily. He withdrew his palm and shook his head. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Narrowing his eyes, Baiyu asked curiously, "Why aren't they fighting?" Wuxia Xianxia said indifferently, "It's over." Baiyu was taken aback. "What? Fighting is popular in the Jianghu now?" Wuxia Xianxia stood ramrod straight under the eaves. From his position, although he could only see the back of the white-robed monk, Wuxia Xianxia could still rely on the slight trembling of the snow-white Kasaya. It was just that Wuxia Xianxia was forcefully suppressing it. The world of Fangzhong. A Kasaya was equivalent to a small kiliacosm. Only Baiyu and Han Gui could not see that world clearly. Once they entered it, the world would be turned upside down. To put it simply, Gu Jiantang seemed to be casual and did not seem to have any power behind it. If it were someone else who was at the foot of the mountain would have been split open. If they were at the mouth of the river would have been flooded dozens of miles by the seawater. The string of pearls in front of the white-robed monk's chest slowly quieted down. At this moment, a large peak to the north of Big Lotus Peak suddenly shattered, the sound as heavy as thunder. Gu Jiantang said helplessly, "Li Xiaoxin, this isn't appropriate, is it?" The white-robed monk smiled. "Sorry, after this poor monk went up the mountain, this poor monk watched the Daoists practice martial arts every morning. This poor monk also learned something and learned how to use 4 tails to deflect 1,000 pounds. Although he said that he was sorry, the middle-aged monk did not seem to have any sense of embarrassment. Gu Jiantang snorted coldly. The white-robed monk hesitated for a moment, then said with a serious expression, "Grand strength is similar to Wang Xianji's absolute strength. If it were Wang Xianji, you would also be able to injure him. Of course, if you want to win against Wang Xianji with this, it is still unrealistic." Gu Jiantang asked calmly, "Is that all?" The white-robed monk smiled. "Of course, the most important thing is that this move of yours can damage one's qi. If you hit him 7 or 8 times, Wang Xianji's qi will drop rapidly. Otherwise, would not have used this move of yours to deflect it to the back of the mountain." Gu Jiantang said proudly, "I can hit him 12 times. The white-robed monk said exasperatedly, "Do you think you have the celestial physique that Su Gai inherited from Gao Shulu? And the great yellow cord of Wudong that has an endless flow of qi? Wang Xianji can smash you to death with 3 or 4 punches." Gu Jiantang laughed coldly. The white-robed monk touched his bald head. "You really don't believe me? In this world, there are only a handful of people who truly know how powerful Wang Xianji is. Li Chungang, Su Fengnian, and at most Hong Shixiang. The others, even Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing, are unable to fully understand. After all, those two have never had a true life-and-death battle with Wang Xianji. Also, even if this poor monk does not use the essence of Wudong's martial arts and stand still for you to hit 12 times, this poor monk's body will still be as immovable as a mountain. It's just that I will have to do this personally soon, so I can't afford to waste my strength here." Gu Jiantang was silent. The white-robed monk sighed and said, "Gu Jiantang, if you can focus on the blade without any distractions, you might have a chance to fight for the title of number 1 in the world." Gu Jiantang regained his composure and said with a smile, "In this Gu's opinion, the blade can only be used to kill people on the battlefield. Using it to fight for the name of Jianghu is too much of a waste. The sword is distinguished in Jianghu, the blade drinks blood on the battlefield." Perhaps this was the true understanding of the great general Gu Jiantang. Gu Jiantang finally asked, "I want to know, who in the world can break your Vajra physique?" The white-robed monk touched his head and extended 3 fingers. "Dong Tai's Taiya sword." Gu Jiantang nodded. He had already guessed it. The white-robed monk continued, "This poor monk's wife's snoring." Gu Jiantang took a deep breath. He left without saying goodbye. He didn't want to know who the third person was. The white-robed monk continued, Then there's this poor monk's daughter's small wooden mallet. She likes to use her father's head as a wooden fish. His daughter doesn't know how to care for her father, but her father naturally does. Bai Yu and Han Gui looked at each other and smiled. The most difficult things in the world didn't seem difficult in front of the white-robed monk Li Dongxin. Han Gui suddenly said with a bitter expression, "Teacher, what about that damaged mountain peak?" The white-robed monk turned his head and said with a smile, "Find Su and ask for money to repair it." Han Gui thought for a moment. "That's a good idea." As the provincial governor of Liangzhou, Bai Yu quickly waved his hands. "No, no. Our Bailiang doesn't have much money now." Not long after Gu Jiantang left, the group of people who went to Bai Rouge returned earlier than expected. Behind them, the two children, Qing Xian and Yu Fu, were secretly laughing. Among the three people in front, Li Dongbei was pulling Wu Nanbei's ear, and Li Dongxin's wife was pulling her daughter's ear. The woman said with annoyance and anger, "Li Zi, are you still mother's daughter? If you didn't drag that stupid Nanbei to listen to you talk about Jianghu and delay time, he would have gone to Yuqing Temple earlier and bought the Mian Yen Ji from the Tobacco Willow Lane." Li Dongbei pulled on the stupid Nanbei's ear and said angrily, "It's all your fault." "What Mian Yen Ji from the Tobacco Willow Lane? You said it. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Wu Nanbei said with grievance, "Master's wife, Li Zi, I didn't know that Master had hidden money from the start." The three of them looked at the white-robed monk. The middle-aged monk put his palms together and looked up at the sky. He muttered, "Buddha, please bless us. We will have food to eat tonight." At this moment, no one knew that the string of Buddhist beads on the white-robed monk Li Dongxin's chest was actually a string that connected 108 peachwood beads. Because of years of wear and tear, and also because of Gu Jiantang's blade, it had already dissipated like smoke. Although there was no string, the string of Buddhist beads was still connected. It was actually done by Li Dongxin in one breath. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Dongxin was normal. Chapter 1894. Inside and outside the hall where Jianghu the Great Emperor was worshipped, the incense was burning. An old Taoist with a solemn face quickly stepped over the threshold. Seeing the tall figure in white, the old man calmed down and slowed down his pace, standing side by side. The figure in white, who was taller than the average Bailiang man, was actually a young woman. Her face was faintly radiant. This was probably the so-called solemnity of a treasure, like a bodhisattva descending to the world. The elderly Taoist was originally here to take over the task of knocking the chimes. Although his seniority on Wudong Mountain was the highest, and he was the great spiritual master who had been in charge of the mountain's commandments for dozens of years, he still had to attend to everything personally. When he was approaching the main hall, he sensed her unusual aura. The elderly Taoist was well aware that, to be precise, she was the first one to discover him, and then she deliberately revealed some clues. The old Taoist followed her line of sight and saw a devout believer kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times on a futon. Although his body was extremely weak, the etiquette of kowtowing was meticulous. The old Taoist was very familiar with this. When he was young, he was brought to the mountain by his master, Huang Manshan, to cultivate. He was Wang Zhongluo and Song Jiming's senior and junior brothers. Now that he was almost 100 years old, the old Taoist had been burning incense for people for nearly 80 years. The old Taoist said with emotion, "People pray to immortals for longevity, for relief from worries, for freedom from suffering." The tall woman in white said indifferently, "Then why does Wudong Mountain want to cut off the thoughts of all the cultivators in the world?" The old man was none other than Wudong's enlightened immortal Chen Yao, the senior brother of the former leader Hong Xixiang, and the senior uncle of the current leader Li Yufu. The old man smiled and said, "Master Tantai, I only know the rules and regulations of this mountain. I know what should be done and what should not be done. But if you ask me about the art of immortality, or some other bigger questions, would be asking the blind. If you had climbed the mountain earlier, my master, senior brother, and junior brother would have been able to answer. Even if you had climbed the mountain 10 days earlier, the chief would have been able to answer. Tantai calmly withdrew her gaze and looked up at the majestic statue of Jianghu the great emperor. It was high and mighty, overlooking the world. Is it hard to understand? Or do you not want to understand? Why did the spring and autumn period fall? Why did the central plains sink? It was because a small group of tycoons had blocked the entire world's path to prosperity. It was obvious that if the current emperor of Liang discriminated against the white-clothed Han clan and only promoted the descendants of aristocratic families to fill the imperial court, the fate of the Zhao clan would not last long. Running water doesn't rot, the pivot doesn't rust. How simple is this logic? The old Daoist smiled and nodded. Grandmaster Tantai is right. Tantai Pingjing asked again, is the ambition of Mount Wudong so great that they want to turn the whole world into a separatist town? The old Jinren asked, in the eyes of sect master Tantai, the mortals in the human world are inferior to the immortals in the heavens? Tantai Pingjing rudely stretched out her finger and pointed at the statue. Isn't it? Then why is this statue able to sit high up and look down, making people willingly bow their heads and enjoy 1,000 years of incense? The old Jinren was not annoyed by the disrespectful behavior of the former leader of the Qi cultivators in the south. He shook his head and said, it's still the same as what I said before. When people pray for immortals to grow old, they have to ask for something. I'll be bold to make an inappropriate analogy. It's like the officialdom at the foot of the mountain or the marketplace. When you ask for someone's favor, you always have to bring some gifts. When you talk to someone, you always have to lower your voice. That's how it is. That's how it is. But it doesn't mean that the person who is being asked can do whatever he wants. The old Jinren, who was not talkative, started to talk. His tone was a little heavier. I heard that the immortals in the heavens are good at fishing for the fate of the human world. The lifespan of a person and the national throne of a country are all under their control. If it's just that the heavens are ruthless, it's fine that people don't die early because they're evil, and people don't live long because they're kind. But if you put yourself in their shoes, how sad is it when you think that your fate of marriage, lifespan, fortune, and so on are all controlled by others? How sad is that? My master once told us 6 brothers that the heavens are vigorous, and a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. He's willing to work hard for the difficulties in life. He's not willing to be born with a good life and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He's not willing to have everything be inflexible. Although we Daoists are people outside the mountain, we can't forget that we're still people of the world. We live in the world and die in the world. From ancestor Lu to Huang Manshan, to Chen Yao's generation of Wang Zhongluo, Song Zhiming, Yu Xingrui, Wang Xiaoping, and Hong Xixiang. None of them could live forever. Some of them couldn't and didn't want to, such as Song Zhiming and Chen Yao. Some of them could but weren't willing, such as Wang Zhongluo and Yu Xingrui. Some of them were disdainful, such as Hong Xixiang and Wang Xiaoping. Chen Yao suddenly laughed out loud. He turned his head and looked straight at this land immortal who was said to have reached the celestial realm. He was fearless. How many people can ascend in the human world in 100 years? Among the few people, who isn't a banished immortal who descended to the human world? Why, who is Grandmaster Tantai trying to persuade? I only know that the person who can make Sect Master Tantai do this is definitely not this Jianghu Great Emperor. Tantai Pingjing frowned. A strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She asked, have you ever wondered if the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, and your sect master, Li Yufu, are banished immortals? Why do they have to commit treason in this world? Chen Yao's face was full of righteousness. He laughed and said, I'm only in charge of Wudong's commandments. Why should I care about that? Tantai Pingjing's face was cold. What a Wudong mountain! As expected of ancestor Lu's dojo. Chen Yao still smiled and said, you flatter me. Tantai Pingjing turned and looked, her eyes snow-white. Yu Xingrui stood outside the door of the main hall. However, she looked directly at the small lotus peak outside the big lotus peak. In the next moment, her figure dissipated. Yu Xingrui, who hurried over, was relieved. Chen Yao slowly walked towards this junior apprentice brother. The old spiritual master, who was famous for being serious, made a rare joke. Junior apprentice brother Yu, quickly wipe your sweat. Yu Xingrui asked worriedly, are we letting her go just like that? Chen Yao said open-mindedly, actually, the fact that she's willing to show herself at this time means that she doesn't have any killing intent. Think about it. His Highness is on the mountain, Dong Tai is here, Li Xiaoxin is here, and so many grandmasters are here. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? After all, she's not Wang Xianji from Martial Emperor City. Yu Xingrui nodded and said, that's true. Chen Yao suddenly asked, have you really thought it through? Yu Xingrui said in a low voice, unlike you guys, I, Yu Xingrui, have been born and raised in Liangzhou for generations. Chen Yao patted Yu Xingrui's shoulder unceremoniously. Then go without worry. There's Yu Fu, Han Gui, and, that Yu Fu. They're all very good. Yu Xingrui said regretfully, unfortunately, I probably won't be able to wait until the day junior apprentice brother becomes enlightened. Chen Yao nodded. Senior apprentice brother is about the same. Senior apprentice brother, can I talk to you about something? Go ahead. Junior apprentice brother is still so young. He's at the age where he loves to sleep. How can there be an elder like you who knocks on his door every day before dawn? Junior apprentice brother, are you the disciplined Daoist on our mountain or me? Is there anything else? Chapter 1895. Yes, junior brother is occasionally greedy and stealthily buys some candied haws and other snacks when he interprets the lot for others. Senior brother, can you not be so discerning every time? He is so young, but he has to copy the scriptures several times. I feel sorry for him. Jade Axe has been quietly waiting outside the room every time. Oh. Senior brother almost forgot that junior brother is now your disciple's disciple in name. The three of you are very close. Senior brother, you are a little jealous, aren't you? Huh, I can't help it. Junior brother has accepted a good disciple. Junior brother, aren't you supposed to be on duty today? How do you have time to chat with senior brother here? Copy, Daoist Yi Shu tonight. Senior brother. Then you should be striking the chime at this time. Huh, I can't help it. Senior brother is in charge of Wudong Mountain's commandments. In front of the lot booth, Su Su and the other two had gone far away. Wei Miao was still in the distance. The enchanting Miao woman who had been married for a long time was sitting on the bench in front of the table in high spirits. She looked at the young lord who had begun to close the booth and said in a bad Central Plains official's accent, little handsome brother, do you also interpret the lot for me? Su Fengnian couldn't help laughing and said, sister, you have been married for many years. Why are you still asking for marriage? She said carelessly, I can't help it. My man is not afraid of anything. He is just afraid that I don't want him. I don't have any thoughts. I just want to see if I married badly. Wei Miao, who was short and average-looking, grinned. As a man, and one of the few martial arts grandmasters in Jianghu at that, his temper was really too good to be true. Su Fengnian looked at the couple and said firmly, no need to look. It must be a good lot. The Miao woman hesitated and finally gave up. When Wei Miao left, he turned his head and looked deeply at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian naturally wouldn't take away the table and the stool. He also didn't intend to take the lot. Of course, there were a small mountain of copper coins, not a single coin less. This was the life-saving money for him to make up for his mistakes. At this moment, Su Fengnian was slightly stunned. A young woman wearing a wooden hairpin and a cloth skirt slowly walked over. Even if her clothes were shabby, even if she didn't know any martial arts, her unique aura that seemed to be tainted with the arrogance of the Tian family could be seen at a glance. She held a cloth bag in her arm, which was filled with golden persimmons that had just been picked from the trees. Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. She was on Mount Wudong, while Gu Jiantang had just come up the mountain. Actually, it was not appropriate for either of them to meet each other. One of them was a princess who had died of illness in the palace according to the history books of the imperial court. The other was a great pillar of the country who was loyal to the Zhao family of Liang. It was none other than Princess Sui Zhu, Zhao Fengya. She was sitting on a bench that had already been closed, facing him. Su Fengnian returned to his seat and helplessly asked, "Why are you here?" She smiled indifferently and said, "Let's see if I can shake out the first lot." Su Fengnian was about to speak when she continued, "Where did you hide it? Take it out, otherwise how can I shake it out?" Su Fengnian shook his sleeve unabashedly, and a bamboo stick fell out. She sneered and said, "You really know how to do business. Even if you can't become the king of Beiliang in the future, you can still hide in the central plains and become rich." Su Fengnian chuckled and said, "Should I say that you have a crow's mouth, or should I say that I'm borrowing your auspicious words?" She said with a cold face, "Lot cylinder." She was as arrogant as she was in the past. Su Fengnian only cared about money and not people. "You have 100 copper coins?" She picked up a ripe persimmon from the cloth bag and put it on the table. Su Fengnian widened his eyes. It was not because of the arrogance of Princess Liang in the past. It was because of the appearance of another princess behind Zhao Fengya. It was just the princess of Dechu in the past. Zhao Fengya turned her head and glanced at her. "Oh, the female sword immortal who likes to fly around and show off her power has come." Jianghu said unhappily, "It's none of your business." For some reason, Jianghu felt that the culprit who had once destroyed her vegetable garden, even if she had become the emperor of West Chu, even if she was now a female sword immortal, she still did not have the confidence to face Zhao Fengya, who was supposed to be a fallen phoenix who was inferior to a chicken. In terms of fighting, when they first met, Zhao Fengya, the Princess Sui Zhu who was familiar with archery and horses, was slightly better. Now, Jianghu could probably beat down 1,000 Zhao Fengjias. But the more this was so, the less Jianghu wanted to fight. In terms of cursing, Jianghu was probably not Zhao Fengya's opponent in the past, present, and future. Zhao Fengya said domineeringly, "First come, first served. I'll shake the lot first." Jianghu curled her lips, but she did not dare to say anything in response. Su Fengnian sighed and put down the bamboo tube. Zhao Fengya raised her head and said, "When shaking the lot, don't do anything." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and waved his hand, indicating for Zhao Fengya to quickly shake the lot. Zhao Fengya picked up the bamboo tube with one hand and casually turned it a few times. She gently tossed out a bamboo stick. She casually picked it up and glanced at it. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up. She turned her head to look at Jianghu, who was clearly much more nervous than she was, and heavily slapped down the bamboo stick. She stood up and left, unkindly taking the persimmon with her. Only when Zhao Fengya turned around did Jianghu sneakily pick up the bamboo stick. Shock, grievance, resentment, and sadness appeared one by one on her devastatingly beautiful face. In the end, she was on the verge of tears. The confused Su Fengnian leaned over to take a look. Su Fengnian somewhat understood Su Su's feelings. It really was tit for tat. The lot in Jiang Ni's hand was the lot that Zhao Fengya had casually shaken out. A good match? A celestial beauty. What more could a husband ask for? The first lot. Su Fengnian pressed his hand to his forehead, speechless. Alas, the copper coins that he had spent so much effort to obtain had been completely earned for nothing. Su Fengnian could not help but be careful. He was afraid that this pitiful little mud person in front of him would also do the same, casually. She only needed to lift her hand, and a great Liang dragon sparrow would fly out of the red sandalwood sword sheath in the thatched hut. Su Fengnian could not help but sigh, feeling sad. She quickly threw the lot back into the bamboo tube like it was scalding her hand. Then, she turned her head and wiped her face. She turned her head again, not looking at Su Fengnian or the lot tube. She only stared at the mountain of copper coins. She asked in a soft voice, "You earned all of this in the afternoon?" Su Fengnian, who was filled with sorrow, nodded his head. Her tone suddenly became light. "How much?" Su Fengnian said in a soft voice, "It's not a small amount. If it's converted to silver, it should be around 100 taels." Her eyes immediately lit up. Her originally dark and gloomy face was glowing. She raised her head and asked in a probing voice, "It's all mine?" Su Fengnian held back his laughter. "Of course." Su Fengnian stood up and struck while the iron was hot. He gave Jianghu a large cloth bag that he had prepared earlier. "Help me hold the money, it's a bit heavy." She nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. She quickly stood up and walked around the table, standing beside him. She bent down and opened the bag with both hands. Her eyes were very serious, and her face was filled with anticipation. Su Fengnian placed his elbow on the table and swept the money into the bag. The copper coins on the table were squeezed together, and the copper coins in the bag were knocked together, making a clattering sound. In the beginning, her smile was still reserved, but she did not hide it anymore. His hands did not stop moving. He only secretly turned his head to look at the side of her face, looking at that dimple. Being liked by someone was the most joyous thing in the world. She did not look away as she said with a smile, "It's really heavy." Su Fengnian replied, "When we go back, I'll carry the bag." She nodded her head and said, "N." Chapter 1896. The group of four passed through the golden persimmon forest of Little Lotus Peak and came to the turtle-carrying tablet at the top of the mountain. It was built under the orders of the Great Feng dynasty. The inscription on the tablet was, "The Great Peak of the Imperial Daoist Ancestral Court," which symbolized the glory of Mount Wudong hundreds of years ago. The only woman among the four tourists held a ripe persimmon in her hand. She stood under the turtle-carrying tablet and looked up to read the inscription. The other three men stood side by side on the cliff, looking at the scenery at the foot of Mount Wudong. The oldest man stood in the middle with a saber at his waist. On his left was a thin swordsman with a long sword on his back. On his right was an elegant scholar with white hair. Then, when the beautiful woman turned her head, she saw a strange scene. She didn't know when there was only one person left standing on the cliff. It turned out that the swordsman and saber had retreated dozens of steps and were not far from her. She gently walked to the two elders and asked the old man with the saber softly, "Grandpa Mao, Uncle Cheng is?" The three of them were Lin Hongyuan, the young master of the Southern Dragon Palace, Mao Shulang, and the sword master Ji Luan. Mao Shulang, with white hair and eyebrows, lowered his voice and said concisely, "Qiji." Lin Hongyuan naturally couldn't understand such a riddle. He turned to look at Ji Luan, the chief visiting official of the Dragon Palace. The latter hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Old Cheng, as the first distinguished Confucian scholar of the old southern Tang, was born in a noble family, but he didn't like fame. He traveled all over the country all year round. Previously, he felt guilty for not being able to do as he wished when his country was destroyed, so he started to practice martial arts. After so many years, he climbed up step by step on the path of martial arts. Finally, for some reason, he stayed in the finger-profound realm for as long as 20 years. This trip to Liang, he accumulated a lot and showed signs of breaking through. It is similar to Chao Chongqing of West Chu and Xianyuan Jingcheng of Mount Hui. Lin Hongyuan was surprised, "Uncle Cheng is finally going to enter the celestial state?" Mao Shulang didn't care if she was the future master of the Dragon Palace, nor did he care about her relationship with the Southern King. Quiet. Lin Hongyuan suddenly kept quiet and blushed. Cheng Baishuang clasped her hands behind her back and gazed towards the south. The old Confucian scholar stood on the edge of the cliff and muttered to himself, outside the body, grasping the tail of a spear and speaking plainly, "It's really like drawing a cake. Orifices within orifices, ask the praying mat what is going on in your heart. Only then will you be at peace. Moral essays are destroyed, but the spirit is everlasting. Fame and fortune will vanish in the wake of the world, but integrity will never change. If you don't frown in your life, there won't be anyone in the world who will be angry." How ridiculous. The old man slowly closed his eyes. The wind blew against his face and his sleeves fluttered. Mao Shulang's eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, he had already unsheathed his saber. His figure swept forward, brushing past Cheng Baishuang, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. He crashed into the edge of the cliff, and was only one step away from falling off the cliff. The old man's saber was silent, but it was filled with boundless energy. It was as if a bright crescent moon had appeared in front of him. Lin Hongyuan saw a woman in white appear out of nowhere in the sky above the cliff. She leaned back, her sleeves fluttering. She stretched out 2 fingers and blocked Mao Shulang's gang qi. The immortal-like woman in white retreated for dozens of feet before offsetting the powerful and unparalleled gang qi. The tall woman stood up straight and hovered in the air with no foothold. The mountain wind was whimpering under her feet, and the clouds were lingering around her. Lin Hongyuan gasped. She recognized the identity of the uninvited guest. Tantai Pingjing of the Guanyin sect, the leader of the qi cultivators in the world. Although Lin Hongyuan was always at a disadvantage in the scheming against the young lords, in fact, she was not stupid. Instead, she was extremely intelligent. She immediately understood that Cheng Baishuang's natural ascension this time was not as simple as reaching the celestial phenomenon from the finger Xian. Mao Shulang, who was furious, did not care whether he would disturb Cheng Baishuang's state of oblivion. He said to the immortal in white in a stern voice, "If you want to make trouble, you have to ask my saber first." Tantai Pingjing glanced at the old Confucian who was unaware of the outside world and said calmly, "How many days of glory can you have?" Mao Shulang clenched the hilt of his saber, squinted and said in a deep voice, "I'm just a boorish man. I don't understand the mystery of Tantai Pingjing." Tantai Pingjing no longer paid attention to Mao Shulang. She looked away slightly and said to Cheng Baishuang, "Since you have such a state of mind, you should know that there will be at most 4 or 5 earth immortals in the future. The 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will occupy 1 or 2 places in the Jianghu. At this time, you forced yourself to break the realm. Not only is there a fine line between you and the realm of earth immortals, but you also gave up the sage of Confucianism. What's the difference between this and seeking death?" Cheng Baishuang slowly opened her eyes and said frankly, "Is the sage of Confucianism still the sage of Confucianism? I, the sage of Confucianism, once said that people are not afraid of death. Why should I fear death? Today, I, Cheng Baishuang, have never coveted immortality. Why should I tempt it with immortality?" Tantai Pingjing sneered, "You are all frogs at the bottom of the well." Cheng Baishuang was high-spirited. She laughed loudly and said, "It is said that capable ministers are born in prosperous times and famous generals are born in troubled times. It is also said that poets are lucky when the country is unfortunate. I, Cheng Baishuang, have made some sour poems. I am not willing to nod my head and agree. When the country is in trouble, I am willing to die. Even if I die, I have no regrets. How can we, scholars, let the warriors on the battlefield enjoy the beauty alone?" Tantai Pingjing sneered, "If you want to die, just die. You are just another lonely ghost of Confucianism in my sect's water-moon courtyard." Cheng Baishuang smiled boldly and said loudly, "That's good. Today's people are worthy of the ancients." Tantai Pingjing was silent and looked indifferent. Lin Hongyuan opened his eyes wide and his mind swayed. He stared at the beautiful and tall woman in a daze. Lin Hongyuan was no stranger to qi cultivators who claimed to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. There were several such strange people around Zhaobing, the king of Yanqi. They all had a cold aura that looked at the world as if they were watching a fire burning across the river. They were extremely unreasonable. Those immortals in white hated the fame and fortune that ordinary people all yearned for. They were silent all year round. When ordinary people interacted with them, they would not expect them to bare their hearts to you. Because Tantai Pingjing was a woman, Lin Hongyuan had always worshipped her. Jiang Ni was another worthy female sword fairy after Wu Su, and Xianyuan Qingfeng was also a character with the best cultivation in Jianghu. However, these two women were after all too young. It was difficult for the proud Lin Hongyuan to sincerely admire them. Tantai Pingjing was different. She was 100 years old, but her face was still youthful. She was an immortal in the human world. Therefore, the person that Lin Hongyuan admired and envied most in his life was undoubtedly Tantai Pingjing. It should be known that the old beauty of a famous general was especially pitiful. Lin Hongyuan had all kinds of ambitions since a long time ago. One of them was to ask Tantai Pingjing about the unique method of retaining one's youthful appearance. Lin Hongyuan hoped that she would die young. Unfortunately, Tantai Pingjing came and went without a trace. She did not even look at Lin Hongyuan from the beginning to the end. Ji Lu and Cheng Baishuang had known each other for dozens of years. Their relationship was the most sincere. He said sadly, "Old Cheng, is it really like what Tantai Pingjing said?" Cheng Baishuang did not hide. He nodded and said, "My celestial state is indeed spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. I can't maintain it for a long time. As for becoming a Confucian saint one day, I don't even think about it." Ji Lu sighed deeply. Cheng Baishuang comforted his best friend, "A scholar should always put what he learned into practice. What's the benefit of being a prime minister in the mountain and an immortal in the forest?" Ji Lu exhaled deeply and said in a low voice, "Fine, I'll accompany you to the outside of Liangzhou Pass." Cheng Baishuang asked with a smile, "Why do you want to go?" Ji Lu pointed at the long sword on his back. "This old friend of mine hasn't cut off the head of a Beimang barbarian." Lin Hongyuan was shocked. If Cheng Baishuang, who had no roots in Jianghu, wanted to stay in Beiliang, she, as a minor leader of Jianghu in Nanjiang, didn't care. But if the chief guest of the sect also stayed, she would not be able to explain it to Mr. Naylan. Mao Shulang, who had sheathed his sword, suddenly said, "Count me in." Lin Hongyuan was stunned. She came with 3 grandmasters of martial arts, but when she left, she was going to be all alone? In addition to staying young forever, her other ambition was to arm wrestle with Xianyuan Qingfeng and become the second female leader of Wulin in Liang. Mao Shulang, Cheng Baishuang, and Ji Lu, who were close to her, were originally indispensable helpers for her to reach the top of Jianghu. Lin Hongyuan knew that once they made up their minds, perhaps only Mr. Naylan could persuade them to change their minds. She thought of her evil plan not long ago and murmured, "Karma is not good." The Confucian scholar Cheng Baishuang looked into the distance again and said loudly for no reason, "Confucius said, 300 poems, in a word, the most moving part is thinking without evil." The old scholar with white hair on his temples was full of smiles at this moment. In the past, young people thought without evil. In their twilight years, they should be like this. Chapter 1897. In the darkness of the night, the young lord who had just been kicked out of his small wooden bed moved a bamboo chair to sit under the eaves. He did not treat himself too badly. He did not forget to bring out a pot of green ant wine and a plate of peanuts. He did not drink the wine. The small plate was placed on his robe, and he slowly ate the peanuts one by one. The night was long, so he should eat sparingly. Su Fengnian sighed. Haste makes waste. He thought that she was in a good mood because he had helped her earn so many copper coins. In fact, she did let him touch the small bed. However, when his paw just touched a certain place that was, finally not peaceful, he was immediately met with an unexpected disaster before he had time to savor it. Su Fengnian lowered his head and glanced at his crotch. He said sadly, "Jianghu's loyal young man, you enjoy the blessings, and I bear the difficulties. That's loyal enough, right?" After muttering, Su Fengnian leaned back in the chair and held the back of his head with his hands. He looked up and saw the bright moon in the sky. It was autumn, and the night was as cold as water. Su Fengnian was aware of the confrontation between Gu Jiantang and the white-robed monk during the day, as well as the disturbance caused by Tantai Pingjing and the two Lotus Peaks. He even knew that Gu Jiantang and Tantai Pingjing finally met at the foot of the mountain. There were some things that he could not care about, and he could not care about. If he really cared about it, it would only add to his troubles. Huta City, the northernmost city outside of Liangzhou Pass, and Beimang, the center of the army with the most troops, advanced on 3 fronts. They were strictly organized and watertight. Fortunately, Chao Wei and Xia Shibian joined hands and achieved a great victory at Miyun Pass in the western regions, which was beyond everyone's expectations. However, the 2 cavalry troops under Xia Shibian's command, as well as the horse bandits recruited by Han Wenbao and Chai Dongdi, were almost completely wiped out. The Huaiyang Pass Governor-General had already made an exception to promote Xia Shibang to Deputy General of Liuzhou. He was temporarily in charge of the 2 towns of Linyao and Fengxiang, and the 20,000 monk soldiers of Lantua Mountain were also under his command. Xia Shibian's cavalry didn't suffer too many losses. Mount Qingliang and the Governor-General Manor hastily came to a temporary decision, deciding to have Xia Shibian lead the troops to charge north. Together with Yulwan Saber Division's Yuzhou elite cavalry that was already approaching northern Mang's Gentleman's Pavilion, they formed a coordinated force to advance side by side, directly assaulting the southern dynasty's west capital. Yuzhou Gourd Pass was calm. The group of 20 or so swordsmen that had left the Wu family's sword tomb could take this opportunity to lead a small group of cavalry outside the pass. Although it was just icing on the cake, it was still a good thing. North of Qingsang City in Liuzhou, Huang Manor and Ko Jianghuai's 2 cavalry units were ready to set off. This afternoon, he had reached an agreement with Su Su. The 20,000 Shuzhou soldiers were not like a drop in the bucket, but they could only be used as a surprise force outside of Liangzhou Pass. In a battle where there was very little room to maneuver, it was not a good thing to fight a battle where the sword needed to be unconventional. Su Fengnian hoped that in the end, there would be no need for the 20,000 soldiers to rush to the battlefield. As for the message that Wei Miao sent to Chen Jibao, saying that he would not stop this old man's son Zhao Dingxiu's troops from crossing Shu into Liang, it could be trusted, but not completely trusted. Currently, the northern and southern territories near Guangling River were in a mess. Yan King Zhao Bing, Shu King Chen Jibao, King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and Li Yang, these 3 vassal kings were working together. Maybe the Li Yang court that was loyal to the Zhao family still felt that with Gu Jiantang, this stabilizing force, the court still had some advantage. However, Su Fengnian knew that Gu Jiantang's fate with the Zhao family of Great Peace City had come to an end. His son-in-law Yuan Tingshan had betrayed the court during the spring snow-building celebratory feast. In the eyes of outsiders, he had given his father-in-law, Gu Jiantang, a difficult problem. However, that ambitious mad dog had also gone with the flow. Right now, Su Fengnian, other than the situation outside the Guanbai border, was truly worried about the grain that the court had promised before entering Liang. With his friendship with King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and the fact that Zhao Sun was about to be pushed onto the dragon throne, it would be strange if the court's grain could be smoothly transported to Lingzhou. Originally, these things were not a problem. Even if Zhao Sun really did put on the dragon robe, he was just a puppet. He could speak, but he could not truly change the situation. Even if Yan King Zhao Bing was wary of Beiliang, as long as Zhao Zhu was there, he could still change the situation. However, ever since he met Lin Hongyuan, Su Fengnian had to prepare for the worst, which was that Beiliang would face the greatest predicament of being attacked from the front and back. Su Fengnian carefully chewed on a peanut and calmly said, "Zhao Zhu, you forced me to fight with you. Even if I can't sit on that throne in the future." Su Fengnian sighed and did not say any harsh words. That evening, the Gerfalcon sent a secret message from Wutongin on Mount Qingliang. It only had 4 words. "They have arrived at Liangzhou." These 4 words were personally written by his second sister, Su Weisheng. Furthermore, one could tell that she had written them with great care. This was a secret matter that had been planned for a long time. Even the Whisk Room and the Eagle Room did not participate in it. From beginning to end, it was only Su Weisheng who planned it. A few years ago, when Su Fengnian traveled to Jianghu for the second time, other than the old man with the sheepskin fur coat and the little mud man, there was also Lu Qiantang, who later died in the reed marsh, and Xu Xiu, who was very likely to be the empress. There were quite a few people. Among them, the plump woman holding the white cat was very inconspicuous. In the end, she was borrowed by Su Weisheng from Su Fengnian and brought to Shangyin Academy. At that time, Su Weisheng said something very strange. He said that he wanted to use Yu Yue, whose real name was Yu Xuanji, as bait to fish out a 1,000-year-old turtle from the mud at the bottom of the lake. In fact, Su Fengnian did not think too much about it and had almost forgotten about it. This year, Yu Yue, as Mr. Ji Shang of the academy, led a group of students from Beiliang Academy to study in Beiliang and began to teach in various academies in Beiliang. Only then did Su Weisheng tell him about what happened that year. It turned out that Yu Yue did not just have an extraordinary background. As a member of Dechu, Li Chungang had casually mentioned that there were female sword attendants in Dechu for generations. With their brilliant sword dance, they stood out in the world. Their cultivation was not high, but their skills were profound. It was really a strange thing. Yu Yue's mother was the last eccentric sword attendant of Dechu. Her chess skills were on par with that of the state preceptor Li Mi. As for why she was so amazing, it was originally a confusing secret of the Jiang family of Dechu. With the end of the Battle of the Western Wall, it was buried in the dust of history. Naturally, the world did not know. During the years when Su Weisheng was studying in Shangyin Academy, he only addressed 3 people as Mr. 2 of them were his teachers. One was the master of literature, Han Guzi, whose disciples were almost all taken in by Beiliang. The other was Chancellor Wang, who was the first to seek refuge with the Su family of Beiliang. He was also the leader of the scholars who died in the cold. The last one, Su Fengnian, was only heard to be a blind old zither player. He lived in the Daoist forest of Shangyin Academy all year round. The news from Su Weisheng that he has arrived in Liangzhou was precisely this person. An unworldly master was still in the human world. Ordinary martial artists would think that this was nonsense. But ever since Su Fengnian met the eunuch of Tai and City who was the same age as Gua, or even earlier, when he met the real celestial being Gao Shulu, he began to understand a truth. Now, there was one more person in the world who could not be understood by common sense, Tantai Pingjing. This sentence was not nonsense, it was obviously a lie. The scholars who could become the sage of Confucianism, from the sage of the Zhang family in the north to Chao Chongqing in West Chu, did not have a good ending. People of the same 3 religions, Buddhism and Taoism, almost every generation had people who succeeded in proving their Tao, reaching perfection, or ascending. Why was it that only Confucianism did not have a good ending? Tantai Pingjing once used her identity as a qi cultivator to explain that it was caused by the Tao of heaven. Su Fengnian felt that what she said made sense, but she did not explain the whole reason. Su Fengnian, who was in a daze, suddenly remembered something. He put down the wine pot and plate, got up and ran to fetch water. Late at night, the elephant washing pool should have finally quieted down. Then, he filled the water tank with water. But just as Su Fengnian pushed open the green bamboo fence, he could not help but jump up and curse. In the middle of the night, there were 2 groups of people coming to the elephant washing pool. Chapter 1898. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. He didn't care anymore. Those Jianghu ruffians could do whatever they wanted. If they really pissed him off, he would let those bastards have a taste of the cool autumn air and cold water bath. He carried the burden and continued to walk in that direction. Stepping on the fragmented moonlight shining through the bamboo forest and approaching the elephant washing pond, Su Fengnian already had a rough understanding of the situation. Two groups of foreign Jianghu people had a conflict when they were burning incense during the day. Because Bailiang's laws were harsh and they had already learned a bloody lesson, they didn't dare to fight in public. The two sides agreed to spar at the elephant washing pond in the middle of the night and secretly signed a life and death agreement. They were not allowed to bring weapons and were responsible for their own lives. After the event, they were not allowed to tell the local authorities of Bailiang at the foot of Mount Wudong. Even if they accidentally leaked it, they had to grit their teeth and not implicate others. When Su Fengnian reached the end of the bamboo forest, he stopped and looked up. He saw two groups of people fiercely confronting each other by the elephant washing pond. 7 or 8 people against 20 people. There was a great disparity in numbers, but the former's momentum was stronger, while the latter's military strength was superior. However, the situation was somewhat silent, allowing the leader of the 7 or 8 people to poke and point at their noses. Su Fengnian turned his head and looked. On the huge rock in the middle of the pond, a graceful figure that was originally lying on her back sat up. The woman basking in the moonlight in the middle of the night didn't make a big noise, but when it was discovered by some Jianghu people with sharp ears and eyes, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. After she sat up straight, she faced the two groups of people who were speechless and said, "You guys continue. Don't pay attention to me." Everyone looked over. The water in the pond swayed and the moonlight dazzled. They saw her sitting alone on the rock with a pair of boots neatly placed on her left and a jug of wine on her right. Her appearance was not outstanding, but at this moment, it made her look hazy and made her look even more beautiful. After she opened her mouth to speak, the wine emboldened people, and the beauty emboldened them even more. The burly man who was originally pointing at people's noses and scolding them suddenly shouted with a thunderous voice. He heavily clenched his fist and slapped his chest. "Wang Song Feng. I've roamed Jianghu for dozens of years. What did I rely on? He relied on the word righteousness. I don't care who was right or wrong between you and Li Bangxian during the day. Since he found me, it means that he treats me, Hong Ming Tang, as a friend. Even if you've invited clan leader Tang and great hero Song to help, we'll rely on our own abilities today. According to the rules of the underworld, the one who kneels down in the end will admit his mistake." The short man in front of him rolled his eyes, jumped up, and slapped him in the face. In the pugilistic world, if beating someone up was considered as starting a feud, then beating someone up in the face was considered as starting a feud. As a result, the two sides began to fight because of the woman's interruption. At first, some people still cared about their status, but in the end, they became more ruthless. They used all kinds of unorthodox moves, such as kicking the crotch, the black tiger, the heart, the monkey picking the peach, and so on. Moreover, they seemed to be using them to the point of perfection. There were all kinds of situations where the donkey rolled around and the dog ate shit. Tragic. Su Fengnian, who was watching from the side with a bucket of water, felt pain for the heroes who had been beaten up. How could it not hurt to be slapped in the face and spin a few times in the air before landing on the ground? How could it not hurt to be kicked in the crotch and roll around while clenching their teeth and not crying for their parents? How could it not be heroic? Su Fengnian, who didn't attract any attention, took this opportunity to go to the elephant washing pool and fill 2 wooden buckets with water. The woman had already put on her boots. She floated to Su Fengnian's side with a wine pot in her hand. She had a strange look in her eyes. Su Fengnian stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, "Manner Master Tong, are you in the mood for leisure?" The young female head of Jinsua Knife Manor said seriously, "Tong Shanquan has engraved the prince's parting words in my heart. Legend has it that the elephant washing pool has always been the place where the Wudang sword maniac Wang Xiaoping practiced his sword. He once used a bamboo sword to cut down a waterfall, so he wanted to come here and try. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything. Su Fengnian said softly, everyone has their own fate. There's no need to force it. Especially when you're about to break through a bottleneck, you can't rush it. Tong Shanquan had two famous knives at her waist, Wuda and Tianbao. She nodded. She clearly didn't have a knot in her heart about returning home disappointed tonight. This was in line with Su Fengnian's impression of her. She was magnanimous. Su Fengnian shook his shoulder pole out of habit, no different from a villager carrying water in the countryside. Before they parted, he smiled at her and said, if you don't mind, I'll have someone bring you one of Wang Xianji's fist manuals and some of my own knife skills. Tong Shanquan was stunned. She then asked directly, does the prince need me to do something? Su Fengnian nodded and said, of course. Tong Shanquan blinked her eyes. Su Fengnian continued, in the future, when you practice the knife and become a knife master even better than Gu Jianteng, it would be even better if Grandmaster Tong could tell others that you were taught by someone in Beiliang when you travel the Jianghu. Tong Shanquan smiled slightly and said crisply, okay. At this time, someone sneaked over to them. Su Fengnian turned his head and glared. He shouted angrily, my father has been the chief of Beiliang's green forest for 20 years. You motherf ***, you dare to provoke me? The person was stunned by his domineering attitude. He weighed the pros and cons. Perhaps it was better to be safe than sorry, so he turned around with his tail between his legs. Su Fengnian turned back and said jokingly, I didn't say anything wrong. My father has always been the chief of Beiliang's underworld. Tong Shanquan couldn't say anything. Su Fengnian carried the water and left. Tong Shanquan looked at his back. Finally, he turned around slowly, tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and disappeared. The elephant washing pond was covered in chicken feathers. Su Fengnian returned to the thatched cottage and poured the water into the water jar. When he turned around, he saw Dong Tai. Su Fengnian didn't criticize him. With a serious expression, he said, I'll go get the knife. Dong Tai nodded. Su Fengnian knocked on the door and entered. He picked up the cold knife from the table and left quietly. Not long after, Su Fengnian and Dong Tai stood side by side at the top of the stone steps of Big Lotus Peak. Dong Tai asked calmly, do you know who he is? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, I don't know. The peach blossom sword deity didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and rested. Su Fengnian said, you don't have to do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. Dong Tai remained silent. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, an old man and a young man walked through the archway and slowly climbed the mountain. The young man was called Go Yufang. He was once the lowest rung in the martial emperor city of Donghai. Until one day, the young man met a strange middle-aged man who carried a bowl into the city. There was another middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance following closely behind. The young man still didn't know that the former was Xie Guanying and the latter was Dong Tai. After the young man left the martial emperor city, he traveled around and met the hunchbacked old man. They traveled west together and came to Beiliang. The young man only knew that the old man's surname was Zhang. He called the old man Grandpa Zhang. The old man was an old-fashioned man who didn't like to smile. He was like a strict old teacher. Fortunately, although the young man didn't learn how to read, he was born simple and polite. The old man and the young man got along well. As the young man walked up the stairs, he muttered, Confucius said, the way of heaven and earth is broad, thick, high, bright, long, and long. Along the way, the old man taught the young man similar phrases when he wanted to say something. The young man just memorized them. If he didn't understand the meaning, he just put them aside. When the young man recited the phrase, Confucius said, when angry, you forget to eat. When happy, you forget to worry. You don't know that old age is coming. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Old age is coming, and people are about to die. Since the fall of the great Qin dynasty, for the past 800 years, generations of scholars in the world had to recite the words, Confucius said, in the books of the sages. Now that the imperial examinations were popular in Liang, there were more scholars. Naturally, the words, Confucius said, were more common. This, Confucius said. It was the words of the sage Zhang of the scholarly school. At this moment, the old man sighed with emotion, so, I've said so much. The young man asked, Grandpa Zhang, what did you say? The old man smiled for the first time. He rubbed the young man's head and said, Yufang, you're my closed-door disciple. You can call me teacher in the future. The young man looked confused. The old man took the young man's hand and continued to climb the mountain. He said calmly, You have many senior brothers. The youngest one is called Huang Longshi. The young man habitually called him Grandpa Zhang. He asked curiously, Is it Huang Longshi who has the same name as the great demon of spring and autumn, Wuxia Xianxia? The old man laughed it off. Chapter 1899. Wasn't it a joy to have a guest coming from afar? Su Fengnian was very unhappy at this moment. He was even unable to suppress his anger. Unlike his encounter with the eunuch in the small town in Yuzhou, Su Fengnian was not angry at all during that dispute. He even regarded the eunuch as a gentleman. However, this strange guest who climbed the stairs brought an inexplicable sense of irritation to Su Fengnian after he appeared at the foot of the mountain. At Su Fengnian's level, he could predict the future. Therefore, Su Fengnian was certain that the person who climbed the mountain was not someone who would provide timely help like Dong Tai. The level of danger was very likely no less than Qi Jiajia's 10,000 miles sword that originated from the Dongyue sword pool. It could even be compared to Wang Xianji's death alone. However, Su Fengnian was mentally prepared for Wang Xianji and Qi Jiajia's appearance. One of them was doing it for her own martial arts, while the other was doing it for the emperor. Su Fengnian could understand their loyalty to the emperor. But at this time, the old man, who was becoming clearer and clearer in his field of vision, was like an unexpected disaster that he could not avoid. How could Su Fengnian, who had originally planned to go to Jibei City tomorrow morning, not be angry? It was like a person sunbathing in front of his house. He was clearly not in anyone's way, but a passerby inexplicably threw a bucket of feces and urine at him. The peach blossom sword deity, who clearly sensed Su Fengnian's disturbed state of mind, frowned and said, Are you planning to surrender without a fight? Su Fengnian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, It's good that you're angry. You can just beat him to death. Dong Tai gently pressed the Taiya sword at his waist. Sword Qi instantly filled his sleeves and he said in a serious tone, That person can't be underestimated. Even after Chao Chongqing switched to the way of tyranny, he's just like that. If you still want to fight the enemy with such a state of mind, then go away. Su Fengnian's face was livid. He closed his eyes and pressed his palm against the cold blade's hilt. His fluctuating mood finally calmed down. There were more than 100 stone steps between them, and the two parties were about to meet. The monk stopped in his tracks and rubbed the head of the young Go Yufang. He asked with a smile, Is that uncle the benefactor who gave you the white wooden sword box? The young man widened his eyes and looked over. As expected, it was that uncle whom he had met once before standing at the top of the stairs. However, the uncle who was eating wontons in the martial the arch city was sloppy, and he didn't have a sword. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert. The old Confucian scholar, who exuded a decaying aura from his body to his aura, patted the young man's head and said softly, Go say hello. The youth with the bamboo box on his back smiled when he heard this. Then, he walked up the stairs with light footsteps. Dong Tai was at the top of the steps. The young Go Yufang ran toward him, while the old Confucian stood still. Right at this moment, the old Confucian shouted 3 times in succession, Dong Tai. Taya sword. The Wu family sword tomb. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were followed by the law. At the same time, Dong Tai's figure flashed and disappeared. Only ripples were left in the place where he stood. Su Fengnian's sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The young man who watched his benefactor disappear was stunned on the spot. He didn't know when the old Confucian scholar came to his side and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if you thank him later. Yu Fang, you can walk around after you reach the top. There is a house in the Purple Void Temple where Ancestor Lu's sword was hung for hundreds of years. You can go there and pay your respects." "Oh," the excited young man replied. He continued to move forward cautiously, brushing past the young man with the saber. Then, he trotted away. The old Confucian scholar stood still and looked up at the young king. "Why are you still hesitating when facing a strong enemy? Did your Beiliang frontier army also cower when you met the Beimang cavalry outside the Liangzhou Pass? The Beiliang cavalry is the best in the world. It can't be that your Su family is bragging about it, right?" Su Fengnian did not make a sound. The qi in his body did not fall, and in an instant, it circulated 800 li. The old Confucian scholar's sarcastic provocation didn't disturb Su Fengnian's state of mind. It's not that Su Fengnian deliberately put on a defensive posture. It's just that he couldn't capture the old Confucian scholar's existence at all. It's impossible to stand still between heaven and earth. The reason why the female zither player, Xue Songguan, could kill people even though she was blind was that she had the wonderful mysterious finger technique. She could sense the slightest ripple without looking at it with her eyes. The wind chimes seemed to be quiet under the eaves when there was no wind, but she could clearly feel them shaking. There was once a scholarly sage who described this realm and called it, exerting force in the heart's marrow. Su Fengnian had fought with the three great grandmasters, Hong Jingyan, Tuoba, and Chen Jibao. Although his celestial being body was damaged and far from the peak, his realm didn't fall. In today's world, he was still second only to Dong Tai and Xue Songguan in the depth of the mysterious finger realm. Because of this, Su Fengnian didn't move. He still held the hilt of his sword and didn't draw it. The hunchbacked old man smiled and said, "If you're waiting for Dong Tai, I advise you to forget about it. This peach blossom sword god is now on the sword mountain of the Wu family's sword tomb." He immediately rode his sword to the west. It would take him about 6 hours to reach Mount Wudong. There's no other way. Deng Tai is now at the peak. Jian's killing technique can be said to be the best for 1,000 years. I don't dare to take it lightly. Su Fengnian asked, "You want to waste my fate?" The old Confucian shook his head and said, "You're only half right." Su Fengnian's face was gloomy. The old man said, "I still want to find Li Yufu, the Wudong leader." Su Fengnian seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly took the cold sword from his waist and stood with both hands on the sword. "As you wish. I can't find you, but it doesn't mean that no one can." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh. Then I'll wait and see." In the main peak of Mount Wudong, in the Purple Void Temple of the Great Lotus Peak, the statue of Jianghu Great Emperor that had enjoyed the incense of the mortal world for 1,000 years was covered in dust. The statue, which was originally a dead object, seemed to have come alive. It stepped on the throne and the main hall rumbled. The young man, Go Yufang, had just walked to the square outside the Purple Void Temple. Then, he was stunned. A majestic statue that was 3 feet tall rushed out of the Daoist temple as fast as thunder. Every step had the power of a thunderbolt. Then, it ran past him. It looked like it was going to go down the mountain. The young man blinked his eyes. He couldn't come back to his senses. Go Yufang raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. It really hurt. On the stone steps, the old man clicked his tongue and said, "Interesting." A series of thunder resounded through Mount Wudong. Behind Su Fengnian, a statue of Jianghu covered in purple and gold jumped up high. It held a huge peach-wood sword and slashed at the old Confucian at the bottom of the steps. The old man who was dressed neatly put his hands on his abdomen and said calmly, "A gentleman doesn't talk about strange forces." The golden-armored Jianghu statue's sword slashed down with an imposing aura. Chapter 1900. However, just as the sword was about to strike the head of the elderly Confucian, it suddenly stopped in midair. Su Fengnian finally moved. Without hesitation, he directly used the two-sleeved green snake of the old man. Although he used the cold blade, it was the same as Li Chuangong's wooden bull. On the stone steps between the two, a thick and brilliant green sword essence flowed rapidly like a river. The old man smiled and said, "A gentleman walks the straight path." When the monk took a step forward, the originally still statue of Jianghu seemed to break free from its restraints. The peach-wood sword struck down before the sword essence. The old man raised his left hand and gently held the peach-wood sword. At the same time, his right palm met the two-sleeved green snake. This kind of leisurely stroll was like a scholar who had studied hard for many years casually picking up a brush and writing on a whim. It was natural and without stagnation. The aura of a saint. The monk had straightened his back and walked up the steps step by step. His left hand held the statue of Jianghu, and his right hand blocked the two-sleeved green snake. The peach-wood sword of the statue of Jianghu. Li Chuangong's majestic sword essence. Under the contrast, the old man's steps were slow, but he never stopped. The old man even had the energy to say, "I'd like to see how long you can hold your breath." The purple chi on the statue of Jianghu the great emperor was wavering. Visible cracks began to appear on the wooden sword that was almost as long as a person. From these cracks, countless rays of dazzling light bloomed. This statue of Jianghu from the main hall of Wudong's Purple Void Temple was, of course, not the Dharma of Jianghu the great emperor. Su Fengnian had long given up on that fate and was no longer involved. But for some unknown reason, Su Fengnian quietly condensed his own fate into it after climbing the mountain. Previously, the young king had jokingly asked Dong Tai how to arrange his fate after death. The peach blossom sword god's answer was, of course, as carefree as ever. But Su Fengnian could not be so carefree. He had too many people and too many things to consider. Asking Fan Shaochai to search for the wooden sword wanderer was the same. Many seemingly unintentional actions were the same. The old Confucian scholar's weathered face shone brightly under the purple gas and sword energy. He sneered and said, "King of Bailiang, I don't think you can do it with your own fate energy." At the beginning of the magnificent sword force, the young lord said in a deep voice, "Li Yufu, continue your closed-door training." The old Confucian took a big step forward and said in a clear voice, "Su Shao led his troops to trample the 6 nations and broke the spines of the Spring and Autumn dynasties. As a result, the Central Plains were littered with new graves. Now that he's dead, do you really think that the Su family doesn't need to repay the debt?" The boundless energy swords kept shattering in the old man's palm. The old man was also somewhat angry. He shouted, "Su Fengnian, do you really think no one in this world can kill you? Will I let you do whatever you want? As long as you don't give up, Xie Guaniying's death will be followed by Tantai Pingjing's. Even if Tantai Pingjing dies, there will still be the next person." A purple gold date mark appeared between Su Fengnian's eyebrows. He said slowly, "A gentleman walks straight. My Bailiang cavalry guards the border, Huda City, Crouching Bao City, Wanha City, and Qingcang City. Only those who die with their backs to the south will die." The old Confucian scholar suddenly pushed his right palm forward. At the same time, his left wrist shook slightly. The entire energy swords were pushed back dozens of feet. The statue of Jianghu, whose peachwood sword had turned into powder, was thrown back hundreds of feet. Even when facing Su Fengnian, whose combat strength was not at its peak, the old man was able to gain the upper hand from beginning to end. The old man's unfathomable cultivation was enough to shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. The old man finally reached the top of the stairs. In his sight, the young lord stood in the distance with a cold saber in his hand. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The old man smiled and asked, "Even though you've fallen to such a state, you still don't want to use the entire Bailiang's fate to fight against the enemy?" Su Fengnian spat out the blood clotted in his mouth and took a breath of fresh air. If he had not been hit by Tuoba's full-force hammer, even if the old man's cultivation was profound, he would not have been able to push back the energy swords with one palm even if he could block the energy swords of the mortal world. Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "My fate is indeed not much, but I still have a chance to keep you on Mount Wudong." The old man's eyes were full of pity. He said, "I thought you would say, even if I die here, there will still be a king of Bailiang on Mount Qingliang who has the same appearance and height. What, is this the confidence you have to fight me to the death? When did the leader of 300,000 Bailiang cavalry, the well-deserved grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, become so unambitious?" Su Fengnian tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. The old man did not seem to be in a hurry to make a move. It was unclear whether he was worried that both sides would be injured or that both sides would be destroyed. He asked, "Aren't you curious who I am?" Su Fengnian sneered and said, "A stray dog." The old man was stunned and then laughed. "You hit the nail on the head." At the foot of Mount Wudong, there was a purple aura climbing the mountain. It was the statue of Jianghu that the old Confucian had casually thrown down the mountain. Although the body of the statue was broken, the purple aura lingering around it was even thicker. Su Fengnian sneered and said, "I'm just curious why you didn't continue to pretend to be a blind zither player in Shangyin Academy's Daoist forest." The old Confucian nodded and said, "No wonder you were prepared. It was Su Weisheng who revealed the heavenly secret to you. You're really cautious. Originally, you shouldn't have regarded me as an enemy because of how I took care of the girl surnamed you in Shangyin Academy. It's a pity that Tantai Pingjing won't help you now. No matter how many tricks you use, in the end, everything will be for naught." Su Fengnian held the cold blade in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him. He put two fingers of his right hand together and gently stroked the back of the blade. The old man laughed and said, "An ant trying to shake a big tree." Su Fengnian replied, "There was a disciple of your Confucian school who said that he was overconfident." The old man waved his sleeves. "Isn't that because I misled him?" Su Fengnian put his two fingers together and stopped at the tip of the blade. Silently, the cold blade was like a talisman. Gao Shulu had once been sealed by this move. The old Confucian was still calm and composed. He glanced at the previously ordinary Bailiang blade and felt as if it contained endless Tao. On the bright blade, there was a faint pitch-black dragon floating around. However, the old man was still in the mood to praise, "Very interesting. The person in front of Su Fengnian should have been dead for 800 years. Especially when the Dafeng dynasty was founded and the status of the Confucian school rose. After that, he was respected by the kings as the most sacred teacher of the dynasty. Countless civil officials, regardless of whether they were famous or not, accompanied him when he was alive and regarded it as a supreme honor. The Zhang family's holy mansion and the Taoist master's mansion of Mount Longhu had been known as the Holy Mansion for 800 years. However, no one really thought that the Zhao family could be compared to the Zhang family, especially in the hearts of the scholars in the world. The Zhao family was probably not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Zhang family. This inconspicuous old Confucian. He was the first-generation saint of the Zhang family. Chapter 1901. The commotion caused by this battle of immortals was not small. On Wudong Mountain, apart from the wife of a certain white-robed monk who was still snoring, almost everyone had put on their clothes and got up. But without exception, no one went to join in the fun. The Battle of Li Chungang and Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City, the Battle of Su Fengnian, Dong Tai, and Chao Chongqing in Great Peace City, and the Battle of Chao Chongqing attacking the city alone. There were also grand events of the Jianghu that were second only to these peak battles. They had all taught the people of the Jianghu a bloody lesson. If they had not reached that level, they should not get involved. Otherwise, they would be implicated. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to criticize the moves of those martial arts grandmasters. When the true peak martial arts grandmasters engaged in a life-and-death battle, they would not give the small fries the chance to clap their hands and cheer or be surprised. The white-robed monk without the string of beads on his chest sat on the bench in front of the hut, quietly looking up at the moon. A tall woman dressed in the same white robe appeared in front of him. The white-robed monk did not look at her. He only said softly, "The heart is sloppy and the world calls it suffering. Only you and I enjoy it." The leader of the world's chi cultivators nodded and then shook her head. "You and I are the same, but not the same." The white-robed monk rubbed his bald head and said emotionally, "My daughter heard some nonsense from the foot of the mountain. It said that for the women of the world, it takes 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Su Fengnian, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian." The woman who was 100 years old but had a youthful appearance murmured sadly, "He does not understand." The white-robed monk sighed. "I am more afraid of playing dumb." She suppressed her emotions and looked at the white-robed monk. "No matter what, I am a chi cultivator. I will follow my heart." The white-robed monk made a sound of acknowledgement. "Then this poor monk will not invite you to tea?" she asked. "Is that all?" At this time, the white-robed monk suddenly thought of a young girl's clear voice. "Mother, mother! Wake up! Father is secretly meeting with his confidant again." The white-clothed monk's complexion changed. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Sovereign Tantai, please don't leave. Help me explain. How could the woman who only cared about enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens care about these trivial matters?" She directly swept past them and disappeared. The white-robed monk turned around stiffly and saw his daughter gloating over his misfortune, his stupid disciple with sleepy eyes, and his wife aggressively running out of the house with a kitchen knife. The white-robed monk had a flash of inspiration as he said in all seriousness, "That woman is over 100 years old. She's not someone of the same generation at all." The woman was stunned. "So old?" The white-robed monk nodded vigorously. The woman rolled her eyes and turned to leave. "I'm as beautiful as a flower. At the very least, I'm still a middle-aged woman who's still charming. Why would I be jealous of an old woman who's over 100 years old?" The white-robed monk secretly wiped off his cold sweat and glared at his daughter. She made a face and said angrily, "It still hurts from being pulled by mother during the day." The white-robed monk said in a bad mood, "Who told you to tell your mother about the little private savings that I've painstakingly saved? You've shot yourself in the foot, haven't you?" The girl was stunned. Just when the white-robed monk was gratified and thought that his daughter had found her conscience and had come to her senses, she immediately turned her head and shouted, "Mother! Although that woman is old, she looks very young. She looks younger than you." Suddenly, there was an angry roar that was more majestic than the Buddhist lion's roar in the house. "What?" The white-robed monk silently raised his head and looked at the moon. He guessed that this time, even Buddha couldn't save him. Buddha probably really couldn't save this monk who drank wine, ate meat, and married his wife. However, his stupid disciple suddenly became enlightened and bravely explained to his master's wife. He actually persuaded his master's wife to go back. The white-robed monk who had narrowly escaped death rubbed his cheeks and called his stupid disciple to his side with a smile. "Nanbei, while the moon is bright and the stars are scarce, your mind is clear. Master will teach you the profound Dharma." Little bald head sighed. "Master, you're so old, but you still don't know how to behave. No wonder Master's wife has been telling me and that thing these 2 days, flies don't bite a seamless egg." The white-robed monk glared at him. Unfortunately, his stupid disciple wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he said in a methodical manner, "Master, Buddha said that feelings against oneself are born from feelings. When hatred arises, resentment must be removed by observing the 5 meanings. The white-robed monk's temper was gone. Li Nanbei made a cute and playful pig face and swayed back into the house. The white-robed monk couldn't do anything. The stupid Nanbei suddenly whispered, "Master, I've actually been helping you string the prayer beads the whole night. I was afraid that Master's wife would find out that the string was broken and would worry about the impermanence of life. I didn't even dare to light the oil lamp. I just used the moonlight from the window to string the prayer beads." The white-robed monk's face was full of joy. He said matter-of-factly, "Master's daughter." The middle-aged monk who was in a good mood smiled and said, "Disciple, I'll continue to teach you the Dharma." The little monk was young, but he was already the Sanzang master of the 2 Zen temples. Whether it was the seniority of the sect or the profoundness of the Dharma, he was fully deserving of the title of an eminent monk. The little monk's face suddenly turned red. He said sneakily, "Master, let's put the Dharma aside for now. Why don't you lend me the 3 taels of silver you hid at Han Daozhang's place? Tomorrow, I'll buy some things and send them to Mianyanji." The white-robed monk waved his sleeves and strode towards the thatched cottage. The moonlight tonight is not good. It's not suitable to teach the Dharma. Only the little monk was left sighing. Chapter 1902. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, the statue of Jianghu Great Emperor strode up the mountain with purple clouds rising. 2 people were confronting each other at the top of the stone steps. Su Fengnian was holding a talisman knife that was glowing. The saint of the Zhang family was still calm. His hands were hanging down and he gently shook his sleeves. "You're really stubborn." After a long period of silence, Su Fengnian did not launch a thunderous charge. Instead, he appeared in front of the saint of the Zhang family in the blink of an eye. He leaped high, twisted his body, and slashed down diagonally. His sleeves fluttered, and he looked like an immortal. The saint of the Zhang family raised his arm and stretched out a finger. He smiled and said, "Benevolent Lushan." Su Fengnian's blade that contained a lot of gang qi stopped moving. It didn't even touch the old monk's finger. Between the two, there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of undulating mountains. They were separated by a thin line. Su Fengnian, who was in the air, almost said at the same time, "Open the mountain." His spirit was Li Chuangong's, "If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll open the mountain with my sword." His move was Jian Jiuhuang's, 6,000 miles. The tip of the blade continued to press down. It was not overwhelming, but it was slow and firm. The saint of the Zhang family, with one hand behind his back, didn't seem to want to touch the talisman knife with a dragon hidden in it. Seeing that the tip of the blade was only an inch away from his finger, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wise Lushan." The hand behind his back quietly shook his wrist. In the middle of the mountain, there seemed to be a green dragon drinking water. A magnificent water column that was as thick as a well was quickly pulled up and went straight to the top of the mountain. At the same time, the saint of the Zhang family didn't give the young king a chance to withdraw his blade. He changed from holding the blade with one finger to holding it with 2 fingers. "I'd like to see if you're qualified to be the leader of the Bailiang cavalry." Su Fengnian, who was holding the blade in his left hand, looked calm. He raised his right hand and slapped down. The wind and thunder of the palm shook. The immortal touched the head and broke the longevity. The saint of the Zhang family, who was driving the long dragon in the pool to hit Su Fengnian's chest, had to slightly change its course to respond to the young king's palm. Previously, the old monk used one palm to disperse the green snake in his sleeves. Su Fengnian's palm was not inferior to the old monk. The saint of the Zhang family's hand was the saint of the Zhang family. The saint of the Zhang family. Of the saint of the Zhang family. The 2 of them changed their qi at the same time. The water column stopped, and the saint of the Zhang family slid back a few steps. Su Fengnian held the talisman knife and landed on the ground. It just so happened that the statue of Jianghu had already approached the top of the mountain and was about to attack the old Confucian. The saint of the Zhang family didn't turn around. Instead, He looked directly at the young vassal king with purple gold between his eyebrows and laughed. I'll teach you what it means to cultivate one's body and mind, and what it means to resonate with heaven and earth with the Great Spirit. The old monk gently stomped his foot. Ordinary martial artists, especially grandmasters of external martial arts, paid attention to penetrating the earth and killing snakes and rats. They meant that if they stomped on the ground, the snakes and rats hidden deep underground would be shocked to death on the spot. But the saint of the Jianghu family did not have any momentum. Instead, it was like an old farmer casually stepping on his own crops. When the saint of the Jianghu family was about to reach the top, a clay statue suddenly appeared behind the saint of the Jianghu family. It was dozens of feet tall. It sat upright and was level with the top of the big lotus peak. The clay statue holding a scroll was far more familiar to the world than the Xuanwu great emperor of the north who only enjoyed the incense in Beiliang. It was everywhere in the ancestral hall of the Jianghu family, the imperial palace of the capital, the headmaster's temple, the school, and the academy. The saint of the Jianghu family flipped his palm casually and laughed loudly. The vicissitudes of life are like watching the palm lines. The clay statue behind him slapped the saint of the Jianghu family's statue with the scroll. The scroll was shattered, and so was the Jianghu statue. Su Fengnian softly shouted, "Rise!" A huge statue with golden armor and hair stood up majestically from the mud and wood chips. One was standing and the other was sitting. One was the Daoist demon rinsing primogenitor in the north, and the other was the saint ancestor who was worshipped by scholars like a god. A battle between civil and military. The saint of the Jianghu family laughed. Is this the first-grade celestial state proposed by Gao Shulu, the law of heaven and earth? I didn't expect you to be able to support such a scene with your remaining destiny. It's a pity that you're a poor family. The old monk's smile deepened. A scholar can't reason with a soldier? That doesn't make sense. The clay statue of the saint raised an arm and pointed lightly. The fingers of the Jianghu statue clenched into a fist and smashed down heavily. The old monk said indifferently, I also have some insights in my heart, and I want to share them with the world. Scholars study, and help the world when they're successful. They point out the country when they're in the imperial court, and they take care of themselves when they're poor. They don't forget their original intention when they pick up the brush and flip through the book. Wherever the clay statue of the saint pointed, snow white and thick gangqi as big as the pillars of the palace would constantly appear. The arms of the Jianghu statue were shot through, and pitch-black holes appeared everywhere. When the two fists finally succeeded in hammering the head of the clay statue, they were already powerless. The two arms of the Jianghu statue were broken and dissipated in the air. The clay statue of the saint only shook slightly, and it was far from hurting the foundation of its will. Therefore, the purple gold qi between the young feudal lord's eyebrows gradually faded, and the saint of the Jianghu family's aura did not diminish. The clay statue of the saint was also safe and sound. But what happened next caught the old monk off guard. The Jianghu statue that had lost its arms raised its head, stepped on the stone steps, leaned forward, and hammered the head of the saint statue. The entire Mount Wudong trembled. Chapter 1903. Dust flew everywhere. The head of the Jianghu Dharma form exploded, but the headless body still maintained its forward posture. The clay statue of the saint was still intact, but there were some cracks. The saint of the Jianghu family deliberately touched the Confucian headscarf on his head and looked at the young vassal king who had probably taken out his trump card. He said sarcastically, "It doesn't hurt. Is that all you can do?" This person's tone was always strange, but it was exactly as he said. Anyone in the human world who was his enemy, even if it was Su Fengnian, could only be an ant trying to shake a tree. The old Confucian narrowed his eyes and said, "I've already said that with your own fate, it's not enough to fight me tonight. Even if you're unwilling to use the fate of the entire Beiliang, why are you unwilling to gather the fate of the Su family? Whether it's Su Weisheng or Su Longxiang, they're not ordinary people. They're all people with fate. It's okay for you to gather some fate with them. Why do you have to support the situation alone? You're about to die. Why do you care about the details? Don't you, Su Fengnian, always joke that you never do a losing deal? Su Fengnian ignored him and kept silent. Since he was young, as the eldest son of the Su family, he was the only one who gave all kinds of rare things to his eldest sister, second sister, and Huang Manor. He had never asked for anything from them. He had never even thought about it. Just like when he obtained the pair of young tiger Kuei, he did not hesitate to give them to his second sister and Huang Manor respectively. When he got the new sword Spring and Autumn from the swordsmith surnamed Qi in Beimang, he also thought of his brother immediately. He thought that he could finally change the wooden sword. When he snatched the river soldier from Jianghu, he also thought of borrowing the embroidered winter-spring thunder from the white fox face. He could finally return the favor. Su Fengnian had always believed that he had gained too much, so he should not complain and should be generous. The old Confucian stared at Su Fengnian's eyes and sneered, "A falling leaf indicates autumn." The first vassal king of Liang, who has 300,000 elite cavalry, is actually such an indecisive fool. It's ridiculous. Su Fengnian said slowly, "You can nag when you win. It's still early." The saint of the Zhang family laughed and said, "When I win you, you'll die. Who will I talk to then? Do you want me to nag at a dead person?" Su Fengnian's eyes were firm and his face was cold. "My master Li Shan, the chancellor of the Shangyin Academy, Zhang Jiulu of Liang, Wei Jingtang of Jizhou, and many others. In my heart, they are the real scholars. It's lucky that you, the sage of Confucianism, did not dare to show up for hundreds of years. Otherwise, you'll be a laughing stock." The saint of the Zhang family did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "It's still too early to say that." Su Fengnian held his breath and concentrated. Since the disappearance of the Jianghu Dharma form, it was harder to catch the old Confucian's qi. The old man raised his arm and waved it in the air. Suddenly, a 3-foot green gang qi appeared. The old man seemed to be lost in thought and sighed, "Maybe the descendants only know about my knowledge, but they don't know that it was me who started it." When the saint of the Zhang family condensed his qi into a sword, Su Fengnian instantly attacked silently. The old man stood on the spot and twisted his sword-wielding arm behind his back. With a simple sword stance, he blocked the talisman knife that was trying to cut off his head. After that, no matter which angle the elusive talisman saber appeared from, the saint of the Zhang family only used an ordinary sword-holding stance to defend himself flawlessly. The two sides' qi lasted for half an hour. Su Fengnian finally stood 20 steps away from the saint of the Zhang family. The old man was still calm and composed. The 3-foot sword qi in his hand was as powerful as before. The clay statue of the saint that he had invited into the mortal world did not disappear. It was still quietly looking at the foot of the mountain. The old man looked around leisurely and laughed, "Ghost talisman. It's not bad to use the remnant soul of the Beimang true dragon in the talisman knife as the talisman gallbladder. However, it's a little far-fetched to use the divine lightning technique of Mount Longhu. What kind of lightning pool is this? How can it summon gods and ghosts? How can it suppress demons?" There were 21 pocket-sized flying swords hovering around the old man. The 12 flying swords were given by Dong Tai. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossoms, moth eyebrows, vermilion bird, yellow tongue, and golden thread tie-e. The 9 flying swords were later forged by Su Fengnian according to all kinds of life's will, and earnestly requested Mount Qingliang's Moism master Zhu Zi to forge them. They were Fengdu's old Jiao Du, Yushui's fine beard, childish wild fox sheep fat ant shen. Above each of the motionless flying swords, there was a yellow talisman glittering with golden light floating above them. The saint of the Zhang family exclaimed softly and asked curiously, "Why is the word talisman gallbladder missing?" The Daoist sects in the world are divided, but at the end of the day, the talisman gallbladder is nothing more than a dozen words in the word aura. The talisman gallbladder has no words. You worked so hard to create this talisman. Where did the spiritual energy come from? Su Fengnian gripped the hilt of his saber tightly and sighed softly. This was supposed to be a lightning pool that he used to suppress the heavenly being, Tantai Ping Jing. As for what kind of talisman this was, it was obvious. Since Su Fengnian was in Beiliang, this talisman was naturally the cold talisman. The 21 swords were connected to each other. The 21 talismans were connected to each other by lightning. The old man shook his head and said, "When you read to your heart's content, you can read through the rise and fall of 1,000 years. What's a small lightning pool?" The saint of the Zhang family stood on the spot. He held the sword in one hand and dipped the other in his saliva. He made a gesture of flipping a book. The pages flipped. Every time a page was flipped, a flying sword would fall to the ground. When the last flying sword swayed and fell, Su Fengnian held the saber with both hands for the first time and began to run forward. The saint of the Zhang family waved his sleeve and dispersed the 3-foot aura. He stepped forward and sneered, "Do you really think I'm afraid of your mountain sealing technique?" In an instant, the old man's left hand gripped the tip of the saber. Just as the Confucian saint was about to slap him with his right hand, he stopped and frowned. A ray of rainbow light suddenly cut through the sky from the elephant cleansing pool, and then fell behind the old man at a faster speed, or in other words, in front of the saint's clay statue. The sword was called snow armor. When the sword fell, there was no snow. But it brought 2 brilliant beams of light from the sky. It was like opening the gate of heaven. The saint of the Zhang family said helplessly, "You're really annoying." The old man probably wanted to save his strength to deal with the brilliant gate of heaven. He just let go of the tip of the saber, then pushed the young lord away and turned around. The saint's clay statue seemed to be pulled by someone and slowly slid into the gate of heaven. Its towering figure gradually disappeared. The old man lifted one foot and stepped on the ground one after another. It landed and took root. There seemed to be a strong wind blowing behind the old man. His sleeves fluttered as he fell toward the gate of heaven. Su Fengnian turned his head to the east and said in a deep voice, "Sword, come." Still thousands of miles away, the peach blossom sword god who was flying on the sword laughed and replied, "One sword tomb of the Wu family, 200,000 swords, is that enough? If you like to watch the heroes and heroines in the snow on your mobile phone, you can follow my WeChat public account, Fenghua 1985. The snow is coming to an end. If you follow me, I believe there will be a lot of surprises. Not only some fragmentary writing experience in the snow, but also some future chapters, some of the bad stories I have never published publicly, some of the songs I like to listen to when I write my own words, and some activities of giving autograph books, update notices, etc., will be posted on my WeChat public account. Chapter 1904. The gate of heaven opened wide. Vaguely, one could see the heavenly maidens scattering flowers. In a trance, one could hear the chanting of Sanskrit and the ringing of celestial bells. Of course, it was to forcibly recruit the first ancestor of the Confucian school. This kind of formation was like the Grand Kai sect of the world welcoming a distinguished guest. At this critical moment, the old man still had the mood to turn around and smile at the young lord. "My old body has been buried in the ground for hundreds of years, I can't stand your torment." Then, the old man looked to the east and laughed, "You, the peach blossom sword god, are too narrow-minded. As a junior in Jianghu, you don't know how to respect your elders. Do you really want to take revenge on the same night?" Su Fengnian's face was solemn. Dong Tai drove more than 200,000 flying swords of the Wu family to Beiliang. He even needed the swords to go before him. Compared to the time when Qi Jiaj escaped to the foot of the mountain, Dong Tai needed to consume a lot of energy. Even if Dong Tai was regarded as the most powerful person in Jianghu, the most powerful person in the Finger Mysterious realm, and the best swordsman in the past 1,000 years, Su Fengnian knew how difficult it was for Dong Tai to drive the entire ancient swords of the sword tomb at the same time. The more difficult it was, the greater the burden on Su Fengnian. Especially the old man in front of him was so calm. How did it look like he was struggling before death? The saint of the Zhang family slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Su Fengnian again. He said calmly, "Young man, let me give you a sentence. Deep love will not live long, and extreme wisdom will hurt. You have both. It will be difficult for you to have a good ending. As a person, muddle through. It is rare to be confused, so you can relax." The flying swords that originated from the sword tomb were densely packed. There were almost no gaps. Wherever they passed, mountains appeared in the sky, blocking the moonlight. Su Fengnian no longer concealed himself. His qi circulated rapidly, and his divine will reached its peak in an instant. Using this as a guide, he was like a lone candle in an eternal night, attracting moths to the flame. In the face of Su Fengnian's determination, the old man's eyes flashed with a touch of complex emotions. He no longer had the mood to ridicule the young king, nor did he look at the gate of heaven that was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den for him. Instead, he turned around and looked down. The ground where his feet stood was cracked like a spider web. After the old man raised his head, he turned his back to Su Fengnian and said indifferently, "It's said that a scholar knows everything in the world without going out. I've long heard about your battle with Wang Xianji. That woman surnamed Jiang tried to force Wang Xianji's hand away by opening the heaven gate with her sword, so how could she make me go to the celestial court? Besides..." The old man, whose hair was fluttering in the wind, suddenly turned his head. His eyes were cold as he said in a serious tone, "Besides, Lu Dongxian can pass through the divine gate and return. Can't I do the same? It's not that I can't, but I really don't want to." The old man turned his body and finally turned his back to the gate of heaven, facing the young man. "A tree will wither one day, and a man will run out of strength. Today, I'll let you know that even if you, Su Fengnian, have invincible cavalry, and even if you're a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, there will be a time when you have no choice but to accept your fate." Su Fengnian laughed in the face of the strong wind. "Do you know that people in later generations have ridiculed you as a person who knows what's impossible but still does it?" Su Fengnian continued, "Do you know that a quasi-sage in the Confucian school whose status is only second to yours said, 'Even if there are thousands of people, I will go forward'?" The old man said indifferently, "Those are good words, better than your words of a stray dog." Su Fengnian and the saint of the Zhang family looked at each other. Although the heart may not be able to reach it, it can still make people yearn for it. When Su Xiao was old, he told me in private that he didn't like all the scholars in the world. But when he remembered how many times in the early years, he saw scholars together in the palace, each in high spirits, the jade pendants on their waists jingling, he really envied them. It was so pleasant to the ears. Finally, the old man said, "Generally speaking, if things are not at peace, they will make a sound. Since that's the case, Su Fengnian, do you have any last words for this world?" The talisman on the cold blade had disappeared. Su Fengnian hung the new cold blade of the Su family's 6th generation. Countless heroes have died in Beiliang. Every family has a white scarf. Most of them don't leave behind any last words, and they don't need mine. The old man shook his head and said, "That's because you haven't really lost all hope." Su Fengnian, who was indifferent, raised his palm as if he was grabbing something. The saint of the Zhang family snorted, "Dong Tai's flying sword is not bad, but it must be able to reach Wudong Mountain." The old man also raised his arm and then pressed down, "Drop the sword for me." The first wave of flying swords that had already approached Beiliang and Yuzhou were nailed into the ground like arrows at the end of their flight. The extremely spectacular scene at the junction of Yuzhou and Hezhou. The wind blew and the rain fell, and the flying swords drew an arc in the air and stabbed into the ground. They fell on the mountains, the rivers, the fields, and the yellow sand. It was like a heavy snow falling on all the places where there was no one. The young man who had been leading the flying swords to the cold had a trace of scarlet blood between his eyebrows. However, the place where the sword fell was getting closer and closer to Wudong Mountain. A wave of slanted flying swords was less than 100 miles away from the big lotus peak. And the young king's ears, nose, and mouth also began to bleed. After the saint of the Zhang family pressed down with his palm, his originally motionless body slid back a step, and he was one step closer to the gate of heaven. When a wave of more than 1,000 flying swords landed on the green bamboo peak to the right of the big lotus peak, the young man's eyes began to bleed. His face was already covered in blood. When a flying sword landed in the deep stream outside the big lotus peak, Su Fengnian's face was already blurred. But that unknown rusty ancient sword was already the last of the 200,000 flying swords in the Wu family's sword tomb. But that saint of the Zhang family, even if he seemed to have his back against the gate of heaven, his feet were still standing outside the threshold. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the human world of the heavenly court, the old man lowered his head and looked at the 3-foot sword called armor of snow, and gently pressed down with his free left hand. The young man whose face was covered in blood slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. The old man, who was clearly not looking at the young vassal king, seemed to be able to see through the mysteries of heaven. I know that you still have one last sword, but no matter how much you calculated, you would never have thought that in the entire northern Liang Path's 4 provinces, you would be able to borrow that sword no matter where you went. Only on Wudong Mountain, you would not be able to do it. After all, Wudong Mountain is a peaceful place for Daoists, and since ancient times it has been the ancestral court of Taoism in the north. From the great Qin dynasty to the great Feng dynasty, and now to Liang, this place has almost never been affected by the flames of war, so the connection between you and the Su family is the weakest. If it was outside the Liangzhou Pass, at the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou, not to mention that I couldn't stop you from borrowing Dong Tai's last sword, I'm afraid that I would have already sent you to the gate of heaven. The old man slightly bent down and gently patted the sword's hilt. You and that Taiya sword are brothers in hardship. A rainbow light like a comet in the sky, from the west to the east, crashed into the big lotus peak. But it seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. It caused a burst of dazzling sparks, and was incomparably gorgeous. Chapter 1905. The ancient sword couldn't move forward an inch, and it kept whining. The old man closed his eyes as if he was listening to the sound. He murmured, "Essays talk about grief but not pain, but on the battlefield, it is said that soldiers with grief will win. Which one is right?" The old man answered his own question, "Scholars write essays, but how many of them really work hard? But people die in war, it would be strange if they don't die." The Confucian ancestor finally looked at the young man. He slowly closed his eyes. His face was blurred by blood, so it was impossible to see his expression. He didn't know if it was pain, sadness, regret, relief, or something else. If he consumed Bailiang's fate, he might be able to save himself. But if he fought Liang Mang, he would definitely lose. In the end, he didn't want to. Was it also, not impossible, but unwilling? This sage of the Zhang family, who had overpowered the 2 grandmasters on Mount Wudong tonight, laughed aloud, looking up to the sky and laughing loudly. Desolation, sorrow, joy, all kinds of feelings. The old man suddenly shouted at the sky, "I am a scholar. Although I am good at cultivating Haoran Qi, I never ask for immortality. F***ck off the cycle of heaven. I have been guarding the human world for 800 years, and I have seen you immortals order me around for 800 years. Now you want to take an inch and want a mile?" The heavenly gate exploded with a bang. The old man ignored the huge movement behind him, stepped out, looked at the young king, and asked sternly, "Su Fengnian, I ask you. The new valley is basking in the sun, the oranges are hanging high, the fisherman is wearing a bridle, the old farmer is carrying a hoe, the woman is picking mulberry, the child is herding cattle, and the old woman is making clothes. The iron armor is clanging, the sword is like frost, the drums are like thunder, the iron cavalry is out, the arrows are like rain, the smoke is everywhere, and corpses are everywhere. Have you seen all kinds of things in the world? The young man covered in blood didn't move. Between life and death, one could see life and death. When there was no way out, one could see the root of human nature. But this guy surnamed Su, is he really dead? It shouldn't be. The old man showed a trace of panic for the first time. He quickly moved forward and came to the front of the young man. He stretched out his thumb and pressed on the middle finger of the vassal king. He wondered, the qi in your body is still quite strong. Why is there no movement? In the next moment, this absolute saint was sent flying by the young man's kick. The old man fell heavily to the ground, but he didn't stand up. He just sat there, as if he hadn't completely regained his senses. The young man also sat on the ground with his hands on his knees. He opened his eyes and said weakly, "Damn you." The old man burst into laughter. Su Fengnian had no idea what this crazy old man was thinking or what he was trying to do. He was constantly gasping for breath, and of course, he was also vomiting blood. But for some reason, while the pain pierced his heart, he also felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Especially that kick, it was really a kick to his heart's content. The saint of the Zhang family raised his hand and patted the dust off. He pointed at his own nose and asked, "Are scholars powerful?" The young king was speechless, he could only move his mouth. It seemed that he was trying to tell him to get lost. The old man snorted and said, "So what if he's Lu Dongxian? Didn't he ask me for advice in the early years?" The young man also pointed at his own nose, then raised his hand with difficulty and made a gesture of waving his hand in disgust. The old man suddenly looked embarrassed. Before the great Qin dynasty unified the world, the saint of the Zhang family had led his disciples to travel around the countries, but he was rejected by the great Qin dynasty. The old man laughed at himself and said, "It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But 800 years is a little too late." Su Fengnian, who was extremely embarrassed, recovered slightly and asked weakly, "Apart from the personal feud, what else is there?" The old man sat upright and said in a deep voice, "Before you and Li Yufu cut the gap between heaven and man, I'll bear the pressure of heaven for you too. Otherwise, Li Yufu, who is cultivating in seclusion, will be fine, but you, Su Fengnian, won't be able to deal with the Beimang in peace. Do you really think the immortals will watch you commit treason? Maybe those guys will simply let the Beimang barbarians take over the central plains." Su Fengnian glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes and then lowered his eyelids. The old man said angrily, "Little bastard, don't take advantage of me. I've already helped you open up the stasis in your acupoints. Others don't know how difficult it is, but you, Su Fengnian, don't know? This is no different from Zhang Julu's regulation of the water transportation in Liyang." Su Fengnian ignored the old man. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Su Fengnian, can we not be so tacky? It's such an impassioned feat, but you turned it into a business deal. How embarrassing, isn't it?" Su Fengnian directly closed his eyes. He was really not used to this kind of social interaction with the old man. Even if he was full of strategies, it was difficult to use them. However, the old man's only weakness happened to be the Achilles heel of the Confucian holy sage. There was a long silence. Su Fengnian finally opened his eyes and bowed with cupped fists. The old man accepted it calmly. Su Fengnian stood up shakily and asked softly, "Why don't you give me something extra to solve the problem of the grain cooling?" The old man wanted to refuse on the spot, but he suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "This is not easy, but as long as you let that guy surnamed Deng talk nicely later, I'll give it a try. However, I can't guarantee success." Su Fengnian waved his hand. "No one in the world can stop Dong Tai with the Taiya sword, not even me." The old man stamped his foot and said anxiously, "Hurry up and hide the Taiya sword." As he spoke, the Taiya sword had already flown back. Su Fengnian gloated and slowly walked toward the old man. The old man smiled and turned to look at the foot of the mountain. Su Fengnian and the old man stood side by side. The old man pointed into the distance. In the past, I heard Huang Longsher talk nonsense about the strange situation in the next 1,000 years. I was relieved and worried at the same time. It always made me hesitate. Su Fengnian said softly, why don't you think about it from another perspective? Looking at the present from 800 years ago, the world has changed for the better, right? The old man nodded. Some have changed for the better, some for the worse. Generally speaking, the present is indeed better. Both of them were speechless. The old man suddenly said, I probably won't be able to wait for Deng Tai to return to Mount Wudong. Help me pass a message to him. If we only talk about the level of swordsmanship and not the distance of the sword, he is the first person since ancient times. Su Fengnian said, okay. The old man stared into the distance with his eyes wide open, his figure ethereal. He sighed with emotion. Then let me see this world one last time. Su Fengnian asked softly, do you have any last words? The old man thought for a moment. Yes. Su Fengnian said in a deep voice, sir, please speak. The old man said calmly, shut up. If you like watching heroes and heroines in the snow on your phone, you can also follow my WeChat account, Fenghua1985. Snow is coming to an end. If you follow my account, I believe there will be a lot of surprises. Not only will there be bits and pieces of writing in the snow, but there will also be future side stories, or some of my favorite songs that I have never published publicly, or some activities that I like to listen to when I am writing, or some activities to give out autographed books, update notifications, etc. They will all be posted on my WeChat account. Chapter 1906. When Dong Tai arrived with his sword, he saw the young king sitting alone at the top of the broken stone steps with a knife on his knees. Although Su Fengnian's clothes were stained with blood and his face was full of exhaustion, he was full of spirit. Moreover, his heavenly physique that had suffered heavy injuries in succession was like a withered tree that had come back to life. It glowed with vitality and gradually approached its peak. Deng Tai floated down to the ground. Hanging from his waist was an ordinary iron sword that his disciple had given him. Holding Taya upside down, he stood beside Su Fengnian. 800 years of scholarly spirit, scattered in the world? Su Fengnian nodded and said, Old Mister was obviously reluctant to leave before he passed away. He stayed up for a few hours and made some arrangements before he passed away on the spot. Dong Tai frowned and said, What about this fight? Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, the old man who was the backbone of the Central Plains should be more trusting of Li Yufu who had a pure Taoist heart. When Master Li escorted the dragon carp along the Guangling River to the sea, the old man must have secretly observed and trusted him. As for me, he did not have much confidence. Not only was I the son of Su Shao, but I was also very likely to fight for the throne. If it were me, I would not be at ease to hand over the old man's belongings. That was why there was such a storm. The old man must have forced me to a dead end and was only willing to let it go when he saw my true nature. The peach blossom sword deity who had no interest in the rise and fall of the world sneered and said, in the end, he still took advantage of his seniority. Su Fengnian did not comment. He turned around and asked with a smile, Is it because the flying sword can't enter Mount Wudong? Dong Tai said frankly, Of course. Once the sword is out, how can it return without any results? Su Fengnian and Dong Tai raised their heads at the same time and looked at the distant sky that was gradually turning white. After the saint of the Zhang family died in a way similar to the immortal Zhenren of Taoism, there seemed to be a new phenomenon between heaven and earth. It was unclear and covered the mysteries of heaven. Heaven and earth were filled with righteous qi. Mixed qi gave form to the flow, abundant enough to fill the firmament. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, to establish one's virtue, to establish one's merit, and to establish one's words. Sir, I really can't do it anymore. Dong Tai crossed his arms in front of his chest. It's amazing, but in my opinion, it's still a little unsatisfying. Su Fengnian sighed helplessly, how can everyone be like you, Dong Tai? You, don't just stand there and talk. Su Fengnian remembered something and said with a smile, that's right, before the old master left, he wanted me to tell you that in his opinion, since the beginning of the sword 1,000 years ago, you, Dong Tai, have the best swordsmanship. Dong Tai grumpily said, the path of swordsmanship is just a sesame seed abandoned by Ancestor Lu after picking up a watermelon. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, talking to you is boring. Dong Tai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Su Fengnian asked, how should we deal with the 200,000 swords scattered on the ground of the Wu family's sword tomb? Do we need you to return them? Dong Tai asked in return, why, do you want to keep them? Su Fengnian hurriedly waved his hand and said, how would I dare? That Wu family's ancestor would fight to the death with Beiliang. I can't go overboard when I use my hoe to steal their swords. Dong Tai said, then I'll return them all. The Wu family's swords are an eyesore to me anyway. Su Fengnian lowered his voice. Don't do that. You should at least choose a few hundred good swords and secretly leave them behind. Just say that the Zhang family saint destroyed them. If the Wu family's sword tomb doesn't let them off, go find the Zhang family saint mansion and smash them. Dong Tai's face was full of disdain. I can't be bothered to do that. Su Fengnian smiled brightly and said, there's no need for the peach blossom sword god to waste your energy. I'll do it, I'll do it. I'm quite familiar with intercepting swords. Dong Tai obviously didn't want to deal with this. He began to hold his breath and meditate. Controlling 200,000 swords to go to Beiliang was definitely not an easy task. Su Fengnian suddenly said, before the old man left, he told me that Beimang's Tuoba's martial arts cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds overnight. Dong Tai immediately understood the crux of the matter. His face darkened. He wants to use both Tuoba and Tantai Pingjing to deal with you at the same time? Su Fengnian said, that's about right. Dong Tai asked, did the old man say how high Tuoba's cultivation is? Is there an analogy? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, it's not clear. He only said 5 words, celestial beings live forever. Dong Tai frowned and said, I've never been good at these cryptic words. Just tell me directly. When Wang Xianji left the Eastern Sea, was Tuoba slightly inferior or similar? Su Fengnian had obviously thought about this troublesome question long ago. He blurted out, I guess the best result is that he was slightly inferior. Dong Tai asked, then the worst result? Su Fengnian half-joked, I'm afraid I'll scare you if I say it. Dong Tai twitched the corner of his mouth. Has anyone ever told you that it's actually quite boring to talk to you? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, no, especially women. There's a popular saying in the Central Plains that proves it. 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian, and 1,000 years to cultivate Su Fengnian. Dong Tai said indifferently, oh. Not 100 years to cultivate Su Fengnian, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian? Su Fengnian pinched his chin and pretended to be confused. Did I remember wrongly? Dong Tai couldn't help but raise his voice. Spit it out. Su Fengnian put away his joking expression and sheathed the cold blade at his waist. The worst outcome is that at some point in time, Bodhisattva Tuoba's combat power will be slightly stronger than Wang Xianji's. Dong Tai dismissed it with a smile, loosened his arms, and stretched. Dawn was coming. Then that's the worst result. Why don't you let me deal with Tuoba? Su Fengnian shook his head and narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the serene scene of the sky gradually turning blue and white. He lazily said, you've already fought him once in the northern Mang. Let me do it this time. Dong Tai was silent for a moment and then said sarcastically, don't forget, you fought with him twice in the western regions and outside Liangzhou Pass. If I remember correctly, it was a draw and a loss, right? Su Fengnian allowed the breeze to blow away the last bit of blood on his body. When have I ever lost? Moreover, that time in the western regions, if Li Mibi hadn't interfered at the last moment, Tuoba would have been a dead man. Dong Tai dismissed it with a smile. Fine. If you want to be a hero, I, Dong Tai, will satisfy you. Su Fengnian said softly, perhaps in terms of combat power, we are all in the celestial realm, so there's not much difference between us. However, there's a state of mind unique to Wang Xianji. Even if you, Dong Tai, have Tai Yi, and even if Tuoba received a gift from an immortal, it's still impossible. Dong Tai asked curiously, invincible in the human world? Su Fengnian suddenly pulled out his cold saber and pointed it at the great sun leaping into the human world's vision. The entire world's enemy. Dong Tai asked again, you have it? Su Fengnian didn't answer the question. I've always had it in Bailiang. For those who like to read on their phones, you can follow my WeChat public account, Fenghua 1985. Yesterday, I added more than 10,000 people. Today, I guarantee at least 2 chapters. Chapter 1907. The figures of pilgrims gradually appeared on the stone steps of the divine path. Su Fengnian quietly went to the elephant cleansing pool. He took off his outer robe and squatted by the pool to wash himself. If one were to say that Su Fengnian was familiar with intercepting others, he was not bad at this work. In last night's thrilling battle between heaven and man, except for Jiang Enai and Li Yufu who were deliberately excluded, there were still a few grandmasters from the Central Plains who stayed in Wudong to watch the battle. There was also a white-robed Qi trainer who looked at the battle from the top of the Jade Pillar Peak. She probably had the idea of benefiting from the battle. After all, whether it was the sage of the Zhang family or the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, whoever died would be a great supplement to her fate. If both of them died and she was lucky enough to support both of them at the same time, there might be a real land immortal in the human world. Not only could she live for a long time, but she was also not bound by the way of heaven. The 3 top masters of Nanjiang, Lu Xianlang, Cheng Baishuang, and Ji Luhan, stood together on a suspended plank road and looked from afar. The blind female zither player Xue Songguan walked slowly and finally stopped half a mile away. But the person closest to the battle at that time was the man in purple. Just as Su Fengnian was washing clothes skillfully on the green stone slab, there were already groups of Jianghu people in the elephant cleansing pool. Now the Central Plains recognized Wudong Mountain as not only a blessed place for cultivation, but also a precious place for martial artists to understand the heart of heaven. All the Jianghu heroes who heard the news and came here were mostly people who had encountered a bottleneck in martial arts. They liked to sit here cross-legged and look at the waterfall, the pool, and the huge rocks. They would imagine that the previous chief Hong Shixiang used to fight here, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping used to fight here, and great master Su Fengnian used to practice his saber here. They racked their brains to fight for a spot, just like the scene of pilgrims fighting for the first incense. Su Fengnian inadvertently heard a group of people whispering nearby. It seemed to be a nursery rhyme, wood dragon against stone tiger, thousands of gold and silver, who can see through it, and by Yangzhou Prefecture. It was said that the old Prince Liang, Su Xiao, had long predicted that Beimang's million-strong army would come knocking on the border, so he prepared for a rainy day. He had already sent the Fu Shui Chamber's men of sacrifice to a hidden secret place, in case the Su family could not stop Beimang's iron hooves from the south, so that the Su family could make a comeback and continue to fight for the world. At first, Su Fengnian thought it was funny, but soon he realized that there was something unusual about it. His heart sank. Guangling Daoist Yangzhou Prefecture had always been the richest prefecture in the Central Plains. Buying Yangzhou Prefecture, with just 5 words, directly described the wealth of the Su family's heavy silver to the common people. Not only that, listening to these people's idle chatter, it seemed that they directly ignored Tide Listening Lake, which should have been the biggest suspect, and directly guessed that Mount Qingcheng and the military town of Linyao were the 2 places. Su Fengnian could not help but be shocked. According to these people who listened to the rumor, the latter guessed that Li Yishan was personally in charge of the Su family's hidden treasures. The poison warrior, who had been hell-bent on scheming for the Su family all his life, used a trick. On the surface, he constantly drove refugees to Liuzhou to confuse the public, and secretly colluded with Mount Lantua in the western region. It could be said that it was a foolproof plan. As for why the former was Mount Qingcheng, which bordered Liangshu, these Jianghu people could not explain. However, Su Fengnian knew that Su Shao had hidden 6,000 soldiers in the depths of Mount Qingcheng. This was a secret that not many people in the Fu Shui room knew about. It was obvious that the person who deliberately spread this nursery rhyme was not only hostile to Beiliang, but also deeply involved in Beiliang's military and political affairs. Su Fengnian had always politely refused to listen to the prophecies and nursery rhymes that had once caused chaos in the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Back then, Huang Sanjia was the founder of a sect that had been founded because of this. Almost all the emperors and monarchs were in a terrible fix because of this. Su Fengnian did not expect that Beiliang would suffer such a calamity today. It was not to say that a small nursery rhyme could really shake Beiliang's foundation. In fact, Beiliang had always valued military power more than literature. In addition, Su Fengnian's series of actions after the hereditary succession, especially the great victory in the First Great War of Liangmeng, had already fulfilled his master Li Yishan's request at the beginning of his will: we must continue to maintain the structure of Beiliang as the Su family. Therefore, there was no harm in having a few dozen more of these types of prophecies and nursery rhymes. However, Li Yishan had always repeatedly mentioned that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and the waves rise in the midst of the small waves. I, Li Yishan, do not have extraordinary talents, nor do I have extraordinary strategies. I only have caution in my life, to warn Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian suddenly had some doubts. Since this person knew the inside story of Beiliang so well, why would he still use such meaningless and boring methods? This was like the peach blossom sword god fighting with a level 2 master. He could have finished the fight with one strike, but he insisted on playing with a mouse for 100 moves. The master who knew everything would probably only feel disgusted. Was it adding fuel to the fire, or was it adding fuel to the fire? Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. Not far away, someone's eyes flashed as he greeted, "Little brother, why do you have bloodstains on your body? What, did you meet an enemy on Wudong Mountain yesterday?" The people of Beiliang wore thick autumn clothing, so after Su Fengnian took off his robe, there was not much blood on it. Su Fengnian picked up his robe that had been rolled into a ball after washing it, stood up and squatted down beside the person who shouted. He was not too close, about 4 or 5 steps away. He went straight to the point with a light smile and asked, "Isn't that so? I was beaten up a bit badly. I won't beat around the bush. Big brother, you are a night watchman. How much would it cost to break a leg? If you beat him to death, how much would it cost? If it's fair, according to the old rules, I'll give you half of the payment first." When night watchmen patrolled the streets, they would often clean up the trash on the streets. The night watchmen of the underworld were the kind of people who took people's money to get rid of disasters. That person's eyes lit up. He was not in a hurry to accept this deal that fell from the sky. He carefully sized up this young man with an authentic Beiliang accent, and said with an official accent unique to the Wuxia region of the Central Plains, "Little brother, let me make it clear first. Is your enemy a local gangster or a gangster?" A local gangster was a local, meaning a local snake. A gangster was a foreigner, a dragon that crossed the river. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "A local gangster." That person immediately frowned. Dealing with a Beiliang local was far more difficult than dealing with a stranger. He couldn't help but lower his voice. What, could it be that Lian Ke, or even the seahorse here? Lian Ke, was the picture drawn by a 9th-level official's uniform patch of the Liang Imperial Court, while the seahorse was a military official's patch. To the common people, they were the county magistrate who destroyed families or the governor who destroyed families. As the county magistrate of a county, their ranks were often 8th level or 9th level. Lian Ke, and seahorse became the Jianghu slang for officials and soldiers. They were both people that could not be easily provoked. It should be known that ever since that butcher Su Xiao, the imperial court had a bloody rule of passing the heads of Jianghu people who didn't obey to the rules to the 9 sides. After Liang unified the spring and autumn period, especially when Su Xiao stepped into the Jianghu, the entire Jianghu had to lower themselves. Otherwise, why would the great and city's minister of justice, who was in charge of issuing copper fish bags, be privately called the Emperor of the River, King of the Lake, and be seen by Jianghu people as the leader of the martial arts world in the imperial court? Su Fengnian slowly said, that guy had a grandfather who was Lian Ke, but he passed away a long time ago. The family doesn't have any descendants left in the legal world. Think about it, over here, Lian Ke, is nothing. The seahorse is the boss. However, that person has a personal retainer who is empty-handed and doesn't even have a green knife. He should have the strength of a 5th-level official. The lean man and the 4 people beside him exchanged glances and quickly weighed the pros and cons. The 5 of them were gangsters who were used to licking blood from blades in the southern part of Jingji. This time, they had traveled together in Beiliang and their friendship had deepened. In addition, they were all men who knew each other's backgrounds. They already had the intention to cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper when they returned to their hometown. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to discuss this business openly. According to the young man's words, the retainer was old and his 5th-level strength could be considered presentable. However, the fist was afraid of the strong and the rod was afraid of the old. The 5 of them all had some fighting skills. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to beat the old master to death. However, the 5 of them were worried that they would commit a crime in Beiliang. Once the news was leaked, they would definitely end up being shot by the Beiliang cavalry's crossbows and become hedgehogs. However, a penny was a problem for heroes. Most of them were extravagant people. After drinking 2 or 3 times, they were completely out of money. These 2 days, it was a coincidence that their ancestral graves were smoking. They were actually lucky enough to meet a famous gangster in the southern part of Jingji. The gangster was also willing to humble himself and make friends with him. Then, to burn incense and worship Buddha in the temple, they needed incense, so they needed incense money even more. What was the use of just saying things like, "I've heard so much about you for a long time and your reputation resounds like thunder"? The lean man cautiously asked, "Which Taoist temple on Mount Wudong does he live in?" This question was asked with great care. Mount Wudong had 81 peaks. The number of peaks was actually not many, less than 30. Taoist temples of various sizes were located on these peaks. Perhaps the Taoist priests of Mount Wudong didn't care about the size of the cultivation area, but the people of Jianghu did. For this Wudong Taoist discussion, naturally they would choose to live on a famous peak or Taoist temple. If they weren't famous, then they would sharpen their heads and live on a higher peak. It was said that many famous schools and sects had developed a gap because of this. They were only restraining themselves because they were afraid of the Beiliang government. Chapter 1908. Seniority in Jianghu, ranking in Jianghu, and ranking in Jianghu were all recorded in the minds of well-informed Jianghu people. For example, there were more than 50 people who were familiar with Jianghu faces in Jianghu in the Great Snow Plateau of Mount Hui. They were all famous big shots who were either immortals or grandmasters. Don't even think about them. The next group of people were mainly people who were qualified to enter the yamen of the Ministry of Justice in the capital city. These gray people were even more untouchable in Jianghu. In addition to the dozen or so behemoths that were evaluated by the old and the new, those sects and factions that could dominate the martial arts world in a province also needed to be paid attention to. From the sect masters, to the guest elders, and then to the personal disciples, all of them had to be paid attention to. The last group of people, such as Feng Zongxi, who was famous for his righteousness and generosity, and Liao Dong's red sandalwood monk, who was also a wandering immortal, usually wandered Jianghu alone. They had to remember their names and appearances clearly to avoid offending them. Otherwise, they would feel that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They deserved to drown in the big river instead of capsizing in the gutter. Su Fengnian's face was full of disdain as he said, "It's a small Taoist temple near Shaoyu Peak. He was only able to stay there because his grandfather was a big pilgrim there. Otherwise, with his little ability, he would have been forced to pack up and leave long ago." The lean man said with a smile, "Little brother, may I ask which Jianghu you are from? What grudges do you have with that person?" Su Fengnian smiled, "Brother, you're breaking the rules. Money in the world doesn't have a surname." The lean man, who knew he was in the wrong, laughed and said, "Money is all surnamed Zhao." Su Fengnian smiled and pointed at the bluestone, "Here, it has to be surnamed Su." Just when Su Fengnian was about to follow the vine and, casually, talk about the nursery rhyme, an uninvited guest interrupted their conversation. Tong Shanquan, who had a martial virtue and a heavenly treasure, 2 heavy weapons at his waist, walked straight toward Su Fengnian without any disguise. Su Fengnian was not annoyed by this. He believed that the spies of the Whispering Water Chamber on Mount Wudong had already known about this matter. Even if they did not attach as much importance to this matter as he did, he would go back and greet them personally. After all, Mount Wudong was still Bailiang's territory. Even if there were crooks and honest people mixed together, if they were willing to put in some effort, they would still be able to find some clues. As long as the other party was not a one-time deal and dared to continue fanning the flames, the spies of the Whispering Water Chamber would let him know the taste of living a life worse than death. Su Fengnian was not confident in this, but conceded. The world only knew the name of the Bailiang cavalry, but few knew that the Whispering Water Chamber was able to survive in the cracks of Liang's Zhaogo and Beimang's cobwebs and continue to grow. Only the high-ranking generals of Bailiang knew that in the heart of this new Prince Liang, he respected the spies of Bailiang more than the crossbowmen on white horses outside the Liangzhou Pass. Su Fengnian did not stand up. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Master Tong is here to comprehend the saber again?" The master of Jianghu Dao, who had a quiet temperament but a strong and vigorous saber, smiled and nodded slightly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and nimbly flew towards the giant rock in the middle of the pool. She sat down cross-legged facing the waterfall and placed the 2 sabers across her knees. Naturally, the lightness skill that she displayed did not carry any worldly aura and did not appear to be superior. However, the young woman's bearing of a master was apparent at a glance. The lean man muttered to himself, "Why does she look so similar to the legendary young master of Jianghu Dao Manor? She also has 2 sabers at her waist and is also a national beauty? Or perhaps she is a heroine of the Central Plains who admires Tong Shanquan." Su Fengnian joked, "Brother, do you think that I would know such an unattainable master of martial arts? In the Jianghu of the ordinary heroes of Jianghu, let alone the great snow plateau, even the high and mighty Holy Land of Jianghu such as Jianghu Dao Manor had a plaque hanging at its front door. The beautiful peony green waist, in the manor, the young master of the manor, Tong Shanquan's 2 sabers were heavenly treasures of martial virtue, and the quality of the 2 sabers embroidered with winter and spring thunder on someone's waist. Whether or not Tong Shanquan and Chen Tianyuan of the Taibai sword sect, who was also from the southwest of Liang, were an immortal couple, whether or not they had a short-lived marriage, and even whether or not she was secretly pregnant with that young banished immortal. These were all topics of conversation in the Jianghu of the Central Plains, enough to drink a few cups of wine. The fish and shrimps that lived in this Jianghu naturally carried the smell of dirt. If they did not speak the words of the heavens that were related to the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers, they would not be able to achieve the magnificent feat of freezing the 30 provinces of the Central Plains with one sword. They went to the martial emperor city to pay homage to the high wall that was once filled with divine weapons, went to the great snow plateau of Mount Hui to see the goose feather snow, went to the Dongyue sword pool to see the words, high mountains, deep waters, long sword, carved in cursive script, went to Yuyan Mountain Villa to see the Dragon Rock sword furnace forging swords, went to Bailiang's Lingzhou restaurant to drink green ant wine, went to the Quicksnow Mountain Villa to admire the scenery of the Spring God Lake. These were the blessings that they had been dreaming of. A young swordsman carrying a box on his back who was passing by the elephant washing pool unintentionally saw Su Fengnian, and his face was full of surprise. He was the young master of the Yuyan Mountain Villa, Zhang Chunlin. Yesterday when Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui was drawing lots, he had already recognized Su Fengnian, who was squatting at the stall next door and eating pancakes. After Zhang Chunlin returned to his residence yesterday, he used up a large jar of saliva before he finally found out the exact location of the new Prince Liang from an old Taoist of the Qing generation on Mount Wudang. That year, His Royal Highness, who had a bad reputation, came to Mount Wudang to practice his knife skills. In fact, the Taoist on the mountain did not think much of it, and no one was willing to take it seriously. They were not immortal Zenrins who could predict the future. How could they have foreseen today's situation? After Su Fengnian's hereditary inheritance was passed down, Wudang Mountain sealed off the path from the washing elephant pond to the thatched cottage. In fact, it was just a small path with a fence. In those years, probably only the young martial grandmasters who had not yet ridden down to Jiangnan on cranes would often run over to help with the vegetable garden, allowing the greenery to last year. Later on, Su Fengnian personally wrote a letter to Wudang Mountain's Zhenren Chenyao, imploring the mountain to help maintain the tranquility near the thatched cottage. So Wudang Mountain built another green bamboo fence, but that was all. Su Fengnian waved his hand and greeted, "Little Zhang, you're here." Zhang Chunlin had mixed feelings. When they first met, Su Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness, had a head full of white hair. He mistook him for a land sword immortal who had returned to his natural state. The second time they met, it was in the western region. They did not have much to talk about, which made this young swordsman, who even named his sword Frost Blade, feel regretful. Zhang Chunlin squatted beside Su Fengnian, slightly uneasy. Su Fengnian joked, "Carrying so many swords around, are you a sword seller?" Zhang Chunlin blushed. It was very strange. Perhaps it was because he was born into a family of swordsmiths, but Zhang Chunlin did not have much obsession with the way of the sword. He also did not have the lofty ambition of wanting to be the only one in the world of swords. In the 100 years of Jianghu, sword masters emerged one after another. Zhang Chunlin did not particularly worship Li Chungang and Dong Tai, nor did he particularly yearn for the Wu family sword tomb or the Dongyue sword pool. Instead, he admired Jian Jiuhuang the most. His greatest wish was to be like that old swordsman of Western Shu, collecting all the famous swords in the world into his sword case. Just carrying them around in Jianghu was enough. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Little Zhang, have you given yourself a nickname?" Zhang Chunlin blushed and shook his head vigorously. Chapter 1909. Su Fengnian, as an experienced person, earnestly instructed, "Then you must give yourself a prestigious name as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you inexplicably give others a silly Jianghu nickname, it will be too late for you to cry." There are many examples of this in Jianghu. For example, in Gangnam-do, there is a sword master with white hair and long arms like an ape. His swordsmanship is actually not bad, but after he was called White Monkey when he was young, he could not get rid of it. Even if he had to say, "I am the white ape divine sword" every time he did something chivalrous, others did not care. They all thanked the White Monkey hero for saving their lives. Don't you think he was aggrieved? There is also the famous fist master in the southeast sword state. He is obviously a righteous hero, but because his surname is Wang and he is ranked 8th, he did not know to announce his name when he entered Jianghu. In the end, he was given the nickname, Turtle Immortal Fist. Turtle has become an immortal. If he is not an old turtle, then what is he? Zhang Chunlin, who was enlightened, nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He deeply agreed. The lean man was about to interrupt the young master's nagging, but his companion pulled his sleeve. He turned his head and got the meaning from his companion's eyes. This guy was unreliable. Even if this business was true, and it was not ambiguous about the money, but such an unreliable guy could not keep his mouth shut. The lean man thought about it and agreed. He sighed, still feeling a little regretful, and coughed heavily, attracting the young man's attention. The lean man patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, unfortunately, we suddenly remembered that we have an urgent matter to attend to. I'm afraid that we can't help you with your trouble. However, even if we can't make a deal, we still have feelings for each other. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to make a name for yourself in the future, you must be down to earth." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. "Brother, you are right." The young master of Yuyan Mountain Villa was stunned. After the 5 people left, Su Fengnian accompanied Zhang Chunlin and chatted for a while by the elephant cleansing pool. As more and more Jianghu people came here to comprehend martial arts, Su Fengnian was the first to stand up and leave. Although Zhang Chunlin was still somewhat unsatisfied, he could be considered to have come in high spirits and returned in high spirits. However, the young man did not understand why his benefactor ended up talking about the female head of the Jianghu saber manor, so he casually spoke his thoughts. He heard that the woman surnamed Tong was extremely talented, and practiced the saber very hard, but her temperament was old-fashioned. Therefore, even if Zhang Chunlin met her, they would not hit it off. In the end, Zhang Chunlin even laughed and said that a beauty riding a horse and drinking to her heart's content was the most beautiful. Therefore, even if the female manor head's appearance was enough to topple cities, she could not be considered a true beauty. Zhang Chunlin had a lot of fun talking. Before leaving, the young lord patted him on the shoulder and said something that confused Zhang Chunlin. "Jianghu can be big or small. Don't be so straightforward when you see manor head Tong in the future." Zhang Chunlin watched as Su Fengnian left. Then he seemed to feel a murderous aura behind him. He suddenly turned around and saw a young unfamiliar woman sitting alone on a boulder. She turned her head and looked at him. Then she smiled and said, "Jianghu Saber Manor, Tong Shanquan. Greetings, young Master Zhang." Everyone said that after Mount Huishan Ze, who monopolized the 3 chiefs of auspicious talisman. The female sword immortal was the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi. The fist master was Martial Emperor City's Linya. The female saber saint was Southern Zhao's Tong Shanquan. Zhang Chunlin's mouth twitched as if he was struck by lightning. He could not say a word. Tong Shanquan, who probably would not ride a horse and drink in her life, slowly turned her head and no longer paid attention to the young manor head of Yuyan Mountain Manor. Su Fengnian leisurely returned to the front of the thatched cottage. Jiang Ni was sitting on a small bench under the eaves. Su Fengnian said softly, "It's nothing. I just fought with someone in a daze, and in the end I took advantage of him." She blinked her eyes. Su Fengnian stretched out his hands. His hands were empty. He smiled and said, "You can't earn half a copper coin for this kind of thing." She asked softly, "When are you leaving Mount Wudong?" Su Fengnian moved a stool and sat next to her. "I have to leave immediately." She whispered, "Are you going to Mount Qingliang or directly to North Rejecting City?" Su Fengnian smiled. "North Rejecting City is about to be built. Many people are waiting for me. Of course I'm going directly to Liangzhou Pass." She said as if relieved of a burden, "Then I'll go too." Su Fengnian nodded. "Okay." Su Fengnian then asked curiously, "Today, Wudong Mountain's Great Lotus Peak and Purple Sun Palace will be discussing the Tao and martial arts. There will be a lot of elusive grandmasters appearing. Aren't you going to take a look?" Jiang Ni said unhappily, "What does their quarreling have to do with me?" Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. Jiang Ni asked carefully, "There are so many copper coins here. Won't they be stolen?" Su Fengnian shook his head. "I'll talk to Mount Wudong. If there's even a copper coin missing, we'll go to Purple Sun Palace next time and make a scene." Jiang Ni smiled. "You can go by yourself." Su Fengnian was also amused by his own words and did not say anything else. He enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. Jiang and I tilted her head. Then I'll only bring my sword case? Su Fengnian nodded and suddenly said, this time, we'll leave in style. Let's not be sneaky. When the time comes, you'll take me to sword kinesis flight. Remember to be slow. Jiang Ni's cheeks blushed slightly. Su Fengnian took her hand and stood up. He laughed aloud and said, let's go. Let's go to the outside of Liangzhou Pass. I'll take you to see the magnificent picture of iron cavalry guarding the border pass, like halberds crossing the river. The great Liang dragon sparrow sword slowly ascended and a young man and woman left Big Lotus Peak under the gaze of everyone. After Hong Shixiang and Su Jihu, there was another immortal couple in the world. It was also on this day that a middle-aged man with 2 swords at his waist left the old donkey that had accompanied him for thousands of miles on Little Lotus Peak to accompany the old green ox. A blind female zither player slowly descended the mountain alone under the reluctant gaze of a young man who claimed to be useless. She descended the mountain only for his peace of mind. There was an average-looking short man who said to a Miaojiang woman before he went down the mountain, if I die, find a handsome man and marry him. An elderly Confucian scholar with 2 people beside him bowed deeply to the sea of clouds at the edge of the cliff. He straightened his back and said loudly, this junior bids farewell to sage Zhang. The scholar Cheng Baishuang has lived up to his teachings. A woman in purple stood on the roof of Purple Sun Palace. She raised her head high and looked at the young man and woman who were flying further and further away. She sneered lightly. An elderly Taoist rubbed the head of his disciple's disciple. Then, he smiled at an even older senior brother. Wudong is worthy of cultivating in this life. An elegant Taoist from Mount Longhu bid farewell to a Taoist from Mount Wudong. If there's a chance, I'll come for tea again. An old man gently picked up his sword in the room. After hanging it properly, he said to himself, how can my Dongyue sword pool not have 1 person dying outside the pass? On this day, Dong Tai, Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wei Miao, Mao Shulang, Cheng Baishuang, Ji Lu, and Qi Xianxia, Chai Qingshan, Shui Songguan, and Yu Xingrui. The 10 grandmasters of the Central Plains left Mount Wudong at the same time and headed outside Liangzhou Pass. After the snow ends, there will be a short story related to the snow. It will be about 200,000 words in total. It will be updated continuously on the public WeChat account from 1985. So, you must pay attention to it. The story of the snow that has been nagging for more than 4 million words is really coming to an end this time. So, those who haven't subscribed yet and those who are in the mood to do so, please subscribe. You don't have to subscribe all the time. It's also good to help increase the number of high subscriptions. Chapter 1910. In Beiliang's Daoling Prefecture, there was a crowded and bustling shipping dock. This dock had been greatly expanded in the hands of the previous provincial governor, Su Beiji. It was not as if the Lingzhou officialdom did not complain about the waste of money and manpower. Other than the dock, there were also huge granaries that were no less than Liang-a. This provincial governor had built a lot during his time in office. However, who did not know that Su Beiji was known as the most favored Beiliang? In addition, Beiliang had never had the custom of censuring officials. At most, the officials and scholars in the officialdom would privately criticize him. Naturally, no one was willing to go to Mount Qingliang to be rejected. It was probably because Su Beiji's official reputation in Lingzhou was terrible. After the newly appointed provincial governor, Chang Sui, took a break to recuperate. The entire Lingzhou, who had been mentally prepared, felt like they were bathing in the spring breeze. They were full of praise for this scholar who came from the Shangyin Academy. Today, at the dock, under the escort of 200 of Lingzhou's most elite light cavalry, 2 carriages slowly arrived. 2 elegant men in official robes walked out. They were the proud disciple of the literary grandmaster, Han Guzi, the provincial governor of Lingzhou, Chang Sui, and the father-in-law of the new prince of Liang, the Central Plains Lu Jianke, Lu Dongjiang, who had just been promoted from the provincial governor of Liangzhou to the deputy administrator of Beiliang. In just a short year, Lu Dongjiang had sat in the third position of Beiliang's civil official. Although it was a typical case of a father relying on his daughter, the Beiliang officialdom was pragmatic. It was not good for reputation. It did not have the complicated formalities of the Liang imperial court, such as whether one had a Jinshi background or served in the Hanlin Academy. Lu Dongjiang's official rank was the same as Song Dongming's. However, Lu Dongjiang was in charge of the government affairs of Yuling and Song Dongming, while Song Dongming was in charge of Lianglu and Lianglu. It was a bit like they were equals. Therefore, not long ago, a member of the Qingzhou Lu family said at a family banquet, Taiyan City once had a conflict between Zhang and Gu. Now, Beiliang also has a conflict between Lu and Song. It is a conflict between gentlemen. As for Wang Linquan, he is just a merchant who stinks of money. The two meanings of this flattery made Lu Dongjiang, who had entered Beiliang and Lianglu, deeply agree. Although Lu Dongjiang still had some grudges against his ruthless daughter, Lu Chengyan, after such a meteoric rise, he gradually let go of this troublesome matter under his nose. Lu Dongjiang knew that if the Lu family wanted to continue to prosper, even if Lu Chengyan really did break off relations with the Lu family, with or without Lu Chengyan at Mount Qingliang, the Lu family's fate in Beiliang's officialdom would be completely different. Whether or not Lu Chengyan could sit firmly in the position of consort to the king of Beiliang, the Lu family's status would also be turned upside down. Recently, Lu Dongjiang had been thinking about whether or not he should invite his daughter and son-in-law back to the Lu family for the spring festival this year. They were a family that had gone through thick and thin together. Even if Su Fengnian was a noble vassal king, it wouldn't be too much to ask for him to accompany them to have a harmonious New Year's Eve dinner, right? Unlike the deputy administrator's brand new official robe, the governor Chang Sui's official robe was old and wrinkled. His originally fair face had also become dark. When the two of them stood together, Lu Dongjiang, who was older but well-maintained, looked younger. Although there was not much difference between the second-rank Golden Rooster official patch and the third-rank Peacock official patch, both of them were well-deserving of the title of governor of Liang. However, the former was a genuine central official of the imperial court, while the latter was a powerful official who governed a region. There was still a fine line between the former and the former. However, Lu Dongjiang was a famous scholar who had enjoyed a good reputation in the scholarly circles of the Central Plains for many years. If it were any other governor accompanying him, he would still put on an air of authority. However, in front of Chang Sui, who was a brilliant disciple of the literary grandmaster Han Guzi, a well-known teacher Ji Shang of the Shangyin Academy, and also Su Weisheng's senior martial brother, Lu Dongjiang naturally regarded him as a kindred spirit. He spoke warmly and warmly. As the deputy administrator who was in charge of Lingzhou and Yuzhou, Lu Dongjiang had naturally heard about the Liang transport. He knew that the imperial court had originally promised to guarantee that 1 million dan of grain would enter Beiliang before autumn. However, until now, not even half of the grain had reached 500,000 dan. There were 3 batches in succession, scattered and hidden, and only 400,000 dan of grain. The Liang transport had 2 lines, horizontal and vertical. The horizontal line had the Guangling River as the main stem. Xiangfan City in Qingzhou, which was regarded as the waste of the Central Plains, was an important transit point for grain. However, no one had expected that the young vassal Zhao Sun would rebel with the Yan king Zhao Bing and the Shu king Chen Jibao. It was said that he was going to be elected as the new emperor. As a result, the Zhao imperial court lost half of the Jinggan road's jurisdiction, and the grain transport was delayed again and again. Lu Dongjiang could only lament that this was an unlucky year. Chang Sui accompanied Lu Dongjiang to the shore of the ferry. The boats on the river were piled up like they were walking on flat land. The 2 sides of the pier were bustling with activity, which surprised Lu Dongjiang. Chang Sui's words broke the mystery. The Liang imperial court announced to the outside world that they would provide 500,000 dan of grain to the Beiliang road before autumn. In reality, our prince and minister Qi Yanglong had agreed on 1 million dan. In reality, this autumn, under the supervision of Qi Yanglong and Huan Wan, close to 800,000 dan of grain had been shipped into our Lingzhou granary. However, out of consideration for Li Yang's reputation, we only said to the outside world that we had received 400,000 dan. Since the weather was good and the political matters were clear, Lu Dongjiang was pleasantly surprised. However, he immediately realized that the Lingzhou provincial governor beside him, who had suddenly taken a high position, did not seem to be in a good mood. Chang Sui said calmly, "Sir Lu has just taken office, so there are some things that you might not be clear about. Apart from promising 1 million dan of grain before autumn, the Liang imperial court also promised to ship in 2 million dan. However, looking at the current situation, that seems to be far away." Lu Dongjiang was confused. The Central Plains is in chaos, and the Jinggan Road is also under the jurisdiction of the rebel vassal King Zhaosun. It is reasonable that the imperial court is unable to control the grain transport, right? Chapter 1911. The spring snow building of the Guangling Wang Fu had changed owners. In reality, half of Li Yang had changed owners that night. Nailan Yusi, who had planned all of this, sat at the mouth of the Rouge Well at the peak of the mountain by the river. There were a dozen rainflower stones produced by the Guangling path in one hand. He picked them up one by one and then threw them into the well. Beside Nailan Yusi stood sword Immortal Tang Shi Lu Baijie, who had been reduced to a prisoner. Unlike the administrator Wang Xiongui, who had been locked in prison, as the Guangling path Jidushi, Lu Baijie was not restrained as long as she did not leave the Wang Fu. Lu Baijie asked, "Mr. Nailan, what business do you have with me?" Nailan Yusi lowered his head and bent down to look at the black well. He said with a gentle smile, "While the Yan Chi Wang Fu has some spies and death warriors who have been rooted in Great Peace City for many years, and some of them have high positions, they cannot compare to Mr. Tang Shi, who has been in the center for a long time. I want to know how many of the important officials of Li Yang in Great Peace City who are qualified to attend the small court meeting of the Divine Cultivation Hall are loyal officials, how many of them will waver in times of danger, and how many of them are not loyal to the young emperor. If Mr. Tang Shi is willing to speak frankly, we will be able to act accordingly. In the future, there will be fewer ghosts in Great Peace City." Even if he was speaking extremely vicious words, this strategist's voice was soothing and his smile was shallow. He was truly a romantic figure that was hard to dislike. Lu Baijie shook her head and said, "Mr. Nailan is thinking too much." Nailan Yusi had an expression that said he knew it. He waved his sleeve and stood up. He said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to a room. I spent 3,000 dan of rice to gather a study for Mr. Tang Shi." Lu Baijie was confused. A study as a gift? And what was with the 3,000 dan of rice? Not to mention Great Peace City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, even in her hometown, Gangnam-do, 3,000 dan of rice could be converted to silver to buy some good study supplies. Nailan Yusi said confidently, "Mr. Tang Shi, please wait and see. You will not be disappointed." Lu Baijie followed Nailan Yusi to a secluded courtyard in the Wangfu. After passing through the corridors and buildings, Nailan Yusi pushed open the door and extended his hand, indicating Lu Baijie to enter the room first. The first thing that came into view was a table made of yellow rosewood with black lines. Because it was a short table, it was naturally not a desk that was used to place expensive and elegant items. However, the waist of the table was made of banana leaves, undulating like water ripples, flowing elegantly. On the side, there were branches of flowers and birds, giving it a sense of fancy. The lower part of the table was carved with dragon horns and teeth. When one looked back, it was full of vigor. The study table further away was a long table with dragon patterns. The 4 treasures of the study on the table were all treasures that any scholarly family in Gangnam-do would want to worship. Nailan Yusi walked to the side of the table, 2 fingers holding the lid of an ancient and cute purple clay teapot. He raised it up high, but the body of the teapot did not fall. He said with a smile, this is the heaven and earth tea teapot that has been lost in the old Dongyu. When this teapot was popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River, the matter of drinking tea had already taken a back seat. It became a peerless item for people to enjoy. Now, it is even more difficult to buy with money. There is no way around it. Most of the people of Dongyu like to bury a heaven and earth tea teapot with them when they die. Mr. Tang Shi is a divine hand in the way of tea and should know better than me. This teapot is not ordinary. Liu Baijie just glanced at the teapot and looked around. She asked with a heavy face, all the items in this room only cost 3,000 don of rice? Nalan Yusi laughed and said, don't worry, it is definitely not because of the war in Guangling Path that caused the noble families to sell their treasures cheaply. To put it bluntly, since the fall of Dechu 20 years ago, the officialdom of Guangling Path was full of villains who suddenly became rich and powerful. There were not many valuable family names. Otherwise, they are just fence-sitters. This time, the owner of the Spring Snow building changed. Most of them changed their rudder very quickly. There is no need to take out these good things to exchange for gold, silver, and rice. Nalan Yusi suddenly squatted down and went under the dragon pattern table. Then, he stuck his head out and waved at Liu Baijie. Liu Baijie was confused by this strategist. After hesitating for a moment, she followed his example and went under the table. Nalan Yusi rubbed the bottom of the table with his fingers and said with a smile, it is not easy to light a candle in broad daylight. However, with the eyesight of Tang Shi Sword Fairy, she should be able to see the origin of this item from the handwriting. It is here. Liu Baijie followed Nalan Yusi's finger and looked up. She saw that there seemed to be 6 words carved with a dagger. It was crooked. Except for some childishness, it did not have the demeanor of a master. However, Liu Baijie was shocked on the spot. The 6 words meant that there were 3 people with no surname. Feng Nian, Jihu, and Longxiang. It should be known that Su Jihu, who was married to Jiang Nan, was Liu Baijie's niece-in-law. Liu Baijie was also the family elder who loved that woman the most in the Liu family. Therefore, Liu Baijie confirmed that this was undoubtedly Su Jihu's handwriting. Moreover, Liu Baijie knew that in Mount Qingliang, Su Jihu and Su Weishang had an ordinary relationship since they were young. Therefore, among the 4 children of the Su family, only Su Weishang's name was missing. This was strong circumstantial evidence that the world could not fake. Liu Baijie could even imagine that many years ago, the girl in red sat on the ground and carved words with a knife. Liu Baijie was silent for a long time. Even after leaving the table with Nalan Yusi, she was still unwilling to speak. Nalan Yusi's face was full of joy. I guess even the owner of the table didn't know that his sister had carved words under the table. Otherwise, he would not be willing to sell it. Liu Baijie thought of the young man who asked her in the early years if she could sell him some benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Her mood was complicated. She smiled bitterly and said, why did the Su family have to do this? Didn't Mr. Nalan say before that after Zhao Sun left Qingzhou, he lost control of Jing'an Road? How could he stop the grain from going cold? Moreover, you have no intention to touch Jing'an Road for the time being. At first, I thought you were worried that the troops would be too scattered and the front line would be stretched too long to prevent Wu Zhongshuan's army from going south in one go. Now it seems that it was your idea? You deliberately let Beiliang and the imperial court be dirty because of this. Were you afraid that once the Beiliang frontier army unexpectedly won the Second Battle of Liangmang, the Su family's cavalry would still have the strength to go to the Central Plains to quell the rebellion? Nalan Yusi leaned against the window and said playfully, otherwise, do you think an old assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Wen Tai, could return to Qingzhou so smoothly to be the administrator? It is one of the laws of Liang that officials of the imperial court are not allowed to be officials of their hometown. Nalan Yusi's smile deepened. He clicked his tongue and said, no matter how old Wen Tai is in the capital, no matter how strong his official connections are in Great An City, he should be promoted to a civil official leader somewhere else. In order to let this guy be the administrator of Jianghu Road, I used a lot of favors in Great City. However, I never thought that the Liang Imperial Court would give me a big surprise and let Ma Fulu's son go to Jianghu Road to take charge of the military. This way, on the issue of grain going cold, the civil and military officials of the border would work together to secretly support those pests of the country. Only then could they resist the pressure of Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen. Otherwise, if it was someone else, it would be hard to say. After all, when the two provincial officials are angry, they are not to be trifled with. The remaining 2 million dan of grain might really have to be sent to Beiliang's Lingzhou. Lu Baijia pressed one of her palms on the table. The table creaked. It could be seen that she was enduring the majestic pressure of Tangxi's sword Immortal. Nailan Yusi, who was in a very good mood, said with a smile, "In this world, as long as there is a war, there will be a need for grain. The Beiliang Frontier Army is not a divine army. Of course, it is no exception. Even if the young provincial governor, Su Beiji, had the foresight to become the provincial governor of Baimi, but with the power of Lingzhou, which is known as the south of the Great Wall, it is obviously not enough to let the Beiliang Frontier Army that is about to welcome the Second Great War of Liangmang have no worries. Then what about Su Beiji, the transport commissioner of Beiliang?" Nailan Yusi asked and answered his own question. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Even the common people who have never read books understand this principle, let alone the number one civil official of Beiliang that the Zhao clan of Liang wanted to rope in the most. Therefore, Su Beiji ran to Mount Qingliang and told the vassal king surnamed Su that although your family has a lot of money, it is still not enough. You should sell your family's belongings. I will help you deal with this matter. You, Su Fengnian, don't worry about it. Out of sight, out of mind, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper. It just so happens that outside the Liangzhou Pass, there is a need to build that laborious and costly Beijua city. Excluding the families who serve in the military, the wages of the common people with household registration will be paid from there. As for the grain for the border army, it will be earned from the people who come to our Lingzhou to buy your Su family's belongings. As long as they have the ability to dig out the grain from the hands of the big and small transport officials along the Guangling River through their personal relations or various channels, no matter what method they use to deliver the grain to Beiliang, the transaction will be valid. Chapter 1912. Nailan Yusi pointed at a folding fan beside Lu Baijia's hand. The fan made by the old Western Shu dynasty is the painstaking work of Ma Xiaoguan in his later years. There are only 2 left in the world. One is in the imperial study of Emperor Liang. Probably because of the hot summer, he just wants to look at it and is reluctant to waste it to invite the cool breeze. The other one is in the hands of you, Mr. Tang Shi. Do you know how much rice was used to buy this fan? 600. It sounds like a small amount, right? Even if you have to pay for the cost of the relationship with the buyer, you still earn a lot, don't you think? But let's not wrong the king of Beiliang. He doesn't know how expensive the rice is. The calculation in his mind is not the same as ours. It's a pity that you, Mr. Tang Shi, know the calculation. Even Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, the 2 pillars of the country, know it, but it's still useless. Nailan Yusi came to the half-table with yellow rosewood and black patterns. He suddenly tiptoed and sat on the table in an ungraceful manner. He looked at Lu Baijia who was standing and stretched out his hands. Mr. Tang Shi is not the kind of old-fashioned scholar who only knows how to bury himself in books. He used to be the minister of the Ministry of War in the capital. Although he is not the head of the Ministry of Revenue, he naturally knows the annual rations of the people in the Central Plains and the border army. Although the local customs are different and the rich and the poor are different, they are roughly the same. Mr. Tang Shi is the son of a rich family in Gangnam-do. He knows that you, the richest people in the world, eat extravagantly and have as many as 4 or even 5 meals a day. Ordinary people can also maintain 3 meals a day. 2 shows and 3 stews need to be full. The most expensive fresh fish is yellow rosewood. This saying even makes me, who is far away in Nanjiang, envious. Nalan Yusi gently shook one of his hands. On the other hand, Beiliang is poor. Even the people in Lingzhou have 2 meals a day. In summer and autumn, they have 2 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. In spring and winter, they have 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. In spring and winter, they have 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. The young and strong who need to do heavy work can each drink a spoonful of wine. In this way, the young and strong in Beiliang consume about 11 dawn of rice a year, and the rations for women and children are reduced by half. If a family of 5 people is counted, because there is usually one young and strong in the family who is in the border army outside the Great Wall, a family in Beiliang with only one young and strong in the Great Wall needs 16 to 17 dawn of rice a year. With Su Beiji's food collection measures in Lingzhou 2 years ago, it can roughly guarantee that the food of the people in the Great Wall will not be affected by the war for 3 years. In a critical moment, it can even provide 500,000 dawn of rice to the Beiliang border army. However, this is already Beiliang's limit. The second battle of Liangmang is imminent. If they fight for a year, with each young and strong in the border army getting 11 dawn of rice a year, by next autumn, they will need 1 million dawn of rice. Nalan Yusi lightly patted his palm and smiled. However, the court has only sent 800,000 dawn of rice. The remaining 2 million dawn of rice that was promised is something that even I can't turn around. Furthermore, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. For no reason, we will lose a total of 3 million dawn of rice every year. Cutting off one's path to wealth is like killing one's parents. How can this be tolerated? Moreover, we are giving it to those Beiliang barbarians. If we give it to the great pillar state Gu Jintang's 2 vast border army, then we can just pinch our noses and accept our fate. It is not good to throw away our lives for money and future prospects. However, aren't the Beiliang barbarians and the Beimang barbarians dog-eat-dog right now? We can just drag it out. The Su family's iron cavalry can't even protect themselves. How can they free up their hands to compete with us, the transport officials who are far away? The 4 legs of the desk under Lu Baijia's palm shattered with a bang. The entire desk fell straight to the ground, and the once priceless but now incomparably lowly scholarly furniture scattered in all directions like birds and beasts. Nalan Yusi turned a blind eye and continued with a smile, of course, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. The Beiliang side doesn't just rely on cheap sellers to exchange for provisions. Didn't the young man surnamed Su create a large and powerful fish dragon gang? He let them pave the way all the way down the Guangling River, bringing countless antique collections to open shops in various places. Of course, these Jianghu people's fists are also quite strong. It is said that Transport Commissioner Su Beiji has already spread the word that if anyone dares to delay the Fish Dragon Gang's legitimate business, he will let the Beiliang cavalry personally knock on their door and reason with them. In fact, the yamen on both sides of the river and the local garrisons that were previously scared out of their wits by the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry were really shocked by this move. Therefore, at this time, they need me, Nalan Yusi, to muddy the waters again. Nalan Yusi stretched out a finger and pointed at his own nose, smiling brightly. Lu Baijia clenched his fists and stared at the only remaining figure of those strategists. Zhao Chongling, Huang Longshi, Yuan Benqi, and Li Yishan had all died one after the other. It seemed that only this Nalan Yusi had lived to the end, and seemed to have had the last laugh. Lu Baijia asked, "You, Nalan Yusi, just want to help Zhao Bing usurp the throne? Why do you have to do this?" Nalan Yusi's smile faded, his hand supporting the delicate yellow rosewood table. "My efforts in Beiliang have never been less than in Great Peace City." Lu Baijia, who had always been gentle and elegant, asked angrily for the first time, "Are you really not afraid that the Beiliang of Liyang will fight, and only Beimang will benefit?" "Nalan Yusi, what do you want to do?" Nalan Yusi did not care about Lu Baijia's murderous intent at all. He said lazily, "Those who know me know my worries, those who do not know me ask what I want." Then Nalan Yusi turned and smiled at the door. "Move back, Mr. Tang, she is just joking." Lu Baijia laughed in anger. "I am joking with you, Nalan Yusi?" Nalan Yusi asked in response, "Otherwise, can you really kill me?" This sword Immortal Tang, she immediately became dejected. Lu Baijia had never been so disheartened. Lu Baijia had never felt so helpless, whether it was when he was willing to be silent in a family full of heroes for a woman, or when he was exiled from Great Peace City by the Emperor of Liang, or when he became a prisoner in the Spring Snow Building. Nalan Yusi jumped off the table and sneered softly. "The entire Central Plains will be as helpless as you. You, Lu Baijia, are the first person to experience this." Lu Baijia silently crouched down and flipped over the table. He looked dazedly at the words the woman had carved in her early years. After Nalan Yusi finished speaking, he slowly walked out of the room and did not forget to close the door for Mr. Tang Shi. That sentence was, "I want to see how the young man surnamed Su will help you guard the northwest gate of the Central Plains." Nalan Yusi walked out of the house, left the courtyard, and climbed to the top floor of the Spring Snow Building. He came to the corridor and stood against the railing, looking at the Guangling River in the distance. He muttered to himself, "Drunk holding a wine cup, can swallow the cool breeze of Jiangnan Wuyue. Brushing the armor and blowing, can absorb the strength of the northwest Qin Long. But now, I am living in Jiangnan. You, who said such bold words, have long died in the northwest." Nalan Yusi raised his head and asked softly, "Li Shan, if you are still alive, will you persuade your student not to guard the northwest gate?" At this moment, a voice sounded behind Nalan Yusi. "Li Shan will never say this." Nalan Yusi did not turn his head. He quickly returned to normal and asked with a smile, "Why does King of Shu also have the leisure to climb high and look into the distance?" It was Chen Jibao's uninvited guest. He said indifferently, "Wu Zhongshuan is nothing. If I throw him into the Beiliang frontier army, he can't even be the deputy commander of the infantry. Is he worthy of my attention?" Nalan Yusi finally turned around. He leaned against the fence and said with a smile, "Don't say this in front of Zhao Bing. It's too much of a slap in the face." Back then, Wu Zhongshuan and I, Nalan Yusi, were the right-hand men of King Yen. Chen Jibao sneered, "So your Nanjiang army is only fit to have internal strife in the Central Plains." Nalan Yusi sighed, Chen Jibao, you really have to change your temper of only being willing to speak the truth." In other words, Nalan Yusi obviously did not deny Chen Jibao. He acquiesced in the contempt of the Beiliang Protector General for the elite army of Nanjiang. Nalan Yusi asked with a smile, "Don't you regret leaving Beiliang?" Chen Jibao twitched the corner of his mouth, and he didn't even have the desire to speak. Nalan Yusi turned around again and looked at the Guangling River that rolled into the sea. He said, "Who said that the cavalry can resist the north like a halberd across the river?" Chen Jibao still didn't speak. Nalan Yusi leaned on the railing and gently rested his chin on the back of his folded hands, Beiliang, homophonic, sad, inauspicious. "I don't know why that guy didn't persuade Su Shao to change at the beginning." Chen Jibao finally sneered and said, "Sad?" He walked to Nalan Yusi's side and laughed, "My Beiliang cavalry has 300,000 soldiers. Life can be sad, but death is magnificent. How can the gentle people of the Central Plains understand?" Nalan Yusi whispered, "Did you say I Beiliang?" Nalan Yusi, who suddenly realized, said to himself, "One day, you are the Beiliang frontier army, and you will be a soldier of Beiliang for the rest of your life. I understand. What you have done has nothing to do with the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian, or even with the old Prince Liang, Su Shao." Nalan Yusi turned to support his chin with one hand and patted the railing with the other. He continued to look into the distance, "Chen Jibao, don't worry. I will help you to make the